to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. You from Fundraising, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. If you eat congratulate my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon Bada. Skibidi dabado. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just Tunto Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just Tunto Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. You from Fundraising, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. If you eat congratulate my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV,
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Okay, tune to Spoon. If you want to know what's happening in Liberia, you want to know about the happenings across the ministries, the agencies, across the 15 counties of Liberia. This is where we bring you authentic news every single day across the Spoon Network. We connect you with Liberia regardless of where you are. And we'd like to say welcome to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. As usual, we are here live across the country on several radio frequencies. We are live across the Spoon Network on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. And we're also live on other frequencies across the country. Many thanks to the partner radio stations across Liberia that are relaying this program. Many thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and of course, Premier FM in Bon County. Thanks to the folks across the internet as well for joining us here today. We're live on Facebook, Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, and for Facebook, we're live on 3 social media handles. We're live on Spoon TV on Facebook. We're live on Fabric TV, and we're live on Super TV. Kindly share the program as you come on. This edition of Spoon Talk promises to be very engaging, very fascinating. It's heavily loaded with lots of information for you. So my name is Nelson Colette. I want to welcome all of you today. Thanks for joining us. Let me bring Dr. Richardson in. I see she's all set. Ready in an African attire to join us today. Dr. Richardson, welcome. It's good to see you.
Nelson, it's awesome to see you guys. It's always a pleasure to come here to provide Liberians with the news. I want to say hello to all Liberians who are listening to us and who are seeing us on the social platform. So how's everything in Monrovia? How's the weather?
The weather is it has been a very cloudy one today. You know, we are in the rainy season as per the timeline for all these activities. We're in the rainy season now, so it's been a cloudy one. Though it hasn't started raining heavily like you expect in the rainy season, where the downpour sometimes places get flooded. It hasn't reached that point yet. But yes, it's been a cloudy one. Most times it's like this up to June, sometimes the end of June, and then that's when it starts to cool down heavily, and then we start to see the then we get to know the importance of the drainages, But as it stands, not too many people care about drainages because yes, the places are still dry.
That's good. I asked about that because today is a very sunny and warm day in my neighborhood, the way that I like it. I like
Okay.
heat, I like sun, and
Oh,
it's amazingly beautiful today. I spent most of my day outside today on the account of my grandson who wanted to just be outside today. So I took my computer out there and had him run around in the yard. And while I was trying to work, although he didn't give me the opportunity to do that because he kept on, Grandma, look, Mama, Mama. He calls me Mama, Mama, look, Mama, look. So, but besides that, it's just a beautiful day. I hope it continues to be this way. Uh, for the rest of the week so that we can get some gardening in. I can plant my flowers. I know I'm late. I have seen some beautiful gardens from some Liberians who live in the southern states. They already started blooming and growing, flowers. So yeah, I like the fact that it's sunny. I'm a sunny type of girl. I
wow.
always tell my students I was born near the equator, so they can't expect me to like the warm weather here.
But the
Oh,
kind
but
of
I'm
sun,
sorry.
the kind of sun we're experiencing in the country now, the heat too much, oh.
Yeah, I like it. I honestly,
It's not.
it didn't bother me when I was there. Oh,
Wow.
yeah,
Anyway,
I
but
know it
it's
changed.
hot.
I noticed a change in the heat, but I like heat. I can't stand when you hit below below, -32 degrees. Then you know what I'm talking about. You appreciate heat. Needless to say, I grew up in the Buffalo area, so that's cold. I grew up there
No.
around that. That's cold. So that's why I'm always appreciative of warm weather. Yeah, but I know what you mean, in terms of the changes in the weather in
Yeah.
Nigeria is all relates to climate change. And then, of course, once it starts to rain, like the flooding going to start, and, that's going to be another problem. Yeah.
Interestingly, Marco Lasson is asking as to whether there's no air conditioning on the streets. Huh? I see that one, you. I look forward to seeing it.
No. No, it's just a regular old street over here. But so what's happening? I have some news to announce today. We had a fundraiser over the past couple of days. I like to announce, what we gather from the fundraiser. I want to tell Liberians, thank you so much for supporting Liberia. By supporting the surfers, you supported Liberia. I believe that tomorrow is the 23rd is the onset of the surfing tournament in Grand Cape Mount County. It's in Robertsport, Cape Mount County. I know that some of the surfers have started to um, arrive in Liberia already. Right, Nelson. I
Yeah.
believe that I think I heard that they were being picked up. Some of the surfers
Yeah.
from different African countries, the African Confederation of Surfers. Many of the top 10 surfers, the best surfers, will be in Liberia. So I'm going to wait until some of our panelists get here, and then the CEO, Madam Titi Kana, did send me a note of how much I need to announce for the amount that was raised. So we just want to thank you guys. I mean, you passionate lovers of Liberia. You want to see tourism bloom in Liberia. You want to see Liberia a better nation. And so that's what your contribution means to Madam Rupina Lewis, Madam Hester Baker, Dr. Kula, and also Representative Ricks. They are the organizers of this event. I have to share this because it brought a little bit of emotions to me. There was one woman who donated $500 to the surfing event, and she said it was in memory of her son who passed away. So she was donating this money to the surfers in memory of her son. That is a diehard Liberian, you know. So I just want to tell her thank you so much. Thank you for thinking about Liberia. Even during your dark days, Liberia is still on your mind, and in honor of your son. Yes, some of this Aaron CFI is telling me, yes, we heard, or I believe when the Minister of Information was here, he did say that he gave $100,000 USD to this event. So yes, he did. So again, I want to just say thank you to the government of Liberia as well for supporting tourism. So Nelson, I'll wait until the former CEO gets here, and then I'll read the figure out how much you raise. If you We are putting a list together. If you want a list, your names, we'll definitely give it to you just for the sake of being transparent to you. This is a major platform in Monrovia, in Liberia. We'd like to remain transparent with you, and we understand that you work very hard to support your Liberia with your money. You're not only just talking, but you're walking the talk. Go ahead, Nelson. Any news in Liberia so far?
Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so a lot has been happening in the country. Well, the big news in the country right now is the issue that has to do with the rice, the price of rice, and the whole conversation around it. Dr. Richardson, as you know, when Liberian men eat, they drink tea in the morning, maybe eat the oat or whatever. And the man I eat rest at the end of the day, you ask him, man, have you eaten? He said, no, I don't eat yet. Myself, I can do it too sometimes.
That's too funny. Well, see,
So,
I have to tell you a side joke. I have to tell you a side joke, okay?
mhm,
So I do a lot of like psychological work for immigrants. And
mhm,
so one of the pictures I have to show to get their visual spatial organization is a broken teacup. So almost when I ask immigrants, when I show that picture and ask them what is it, a lot of times they don't even they're like, I don't know what it is. It's almost like it must be, I don't know, some reason they can't recognize the teacup as it
yeah,
is, or the smaller. It's more like the British people drink out of mug these days. They don't even use
yeah,
teacups. So I think that's probably what it is. And then
yeah.
of course, some people drink out of the what is it, the calabash?
The
That
calabash.
yeah,
Yeah,
calabash. Yeah. So yeah, so I understand what it means, but I just
yeah.
want to tell you a side story.
The
But anyway,
typical Liberian way.
yeah. They're like, be like, it's not just Liberians, it's immigrants across the globe. But yes, so Liberian man, when you tell them, did you eat after they eat the big bread and butter and sandwich and
Even
everything?
cassava, plenty, cassava gravy, whatever. You ask the man at the end of the day and say, I eat it. Yeah.
Ah,
Because they made it eat rice.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it has been a major concern for so many people. I saw a lot of people have been doing panic buying and all of that with the fear that there 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 are some possibilities of the price increasing beyond expectations. And yesterday there was a communication from the Ministry of Finance about some meeting that the president that was expected to be held with the rice importers today. The president and the rice importers should have met. But today at the executive mansion press briefing, the presidential press secretary Kula Fofana said that there will be absolutely no increment on the local market. There will be no increment in the price of rice. Well, how is this going to happen? That's what Liberians are looking up for, and 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 the health minister set up a team today to probe the whole issue about missing drugs in the country. Most times the international partners will donate drugs, give drugs to the country, but there have been reports of how some health workers have their private clinics. They will, you know, divert those drugs there. So the health Minister Dr. Luis Poto set up a team today to carry on. She constituted a task force to probe missing drugs donated by the international donors in recent years. Yes, and so those are some of the happenings, and yeah.
It's interesting watching. Welcome to the show, Stanton. It's interesting watching the seesaw message. I call it seesaw messages surrounding the rice increment or rice price increase. It's just interesting. One day, we'll hear the story, it's going up, and then the next day, like right before I came on the show, I saw the posting by Kula, Miss Kula Fofana, saying that, oh no, the rice price wouldn't increase. But what is the price right now, Nelson? Let's let the public know. What is the price right now?
So some Liberians we've spoken to have said that they are buying rice for $3,650. Some uh bought rice for uh $17.50. So sometimes too it depends where you're buying the rice. So if you're buying in Monrovia, for example, it's gonna be a bit different from someone buying in the rural parts of the country. So 3,500, 3,600 thereabout, but it's in the range of 3,500.
So I'm
Yeah.
hearing people in the live feed say about $16.50 or 17.50, between 16.50 and 17.50. Is that accurate? Is that correct?
So right now it's not stable, Dr. Richardson, especially
Okay.
since the information came up.
Yes.
Some of the business people have a way of trying to explore the situation. So once the news came up, some of them will go ahead and increase, the price and so forth. But yes, the price stands at 3,500, $3,550 most places. But again, depending on where you buy, there will be a slight increase in the price.
Hmm. Let them just solve the problem for me. Let them just grow, subsidize the people who plant rice. You know, instead of the vendors who bring rice into the country, let's get into a massive agriculture subsidy program and produce our own rice. Because since 19 Wu, since JDR time, we've been talking about the rice business. It's ridiculous. You know, I need to stop eating rice here, and I need to stop my husband from using your line Nelson when he eat fufu. He can say he rice. I remember one year I said, but what is space? After I eat fufu, I'm done eating. But
Yeah.
when you eat fufu is well, what is space on people? But yeah, so hopefully we'll have more information when Stanton comes on, or the rest of the panelists when they come on. We're going to talk about this race issue. It is a crisis to me, and we need to address it in our country. I'm hoping that this government will address it once and for all. That we just it's terrible. How can we have a stable food, rice, and then it's something that we get choked by all the time? It's always an issue. Um, During the past government, there was a rice shortage in the country. People were hoarding rice. Now, we almost on the verge of that again, and it's not adding up. Something is not right. And I remember us having a discussion here where we had, I believe, the Commerce Committee in the legislature, led by Kogar, because
Mhm.
there was an issue of $11 million were given to the Commerce Ministry to dish out to the rice vendors, and somehow in between the Commerce Ministry and the rice vendors, Guani Brothers and what have you, they did not get the money, according to what I remember. There was some glitch in the system, if I could call it.
Yeah.
If you remember, there was a glitch in the system. Nobody could definitely tell us what happened up to today's date. We have not received the report on what happened to that $11 million. How was it, maneuver to decrease the price of rice, or to cost, or to work on the rice shortage in the country. In fact, I recall when President Weah came into the country, he said there was no rice shortage in the country, and then we
Yeah.
you subsequently show us uh, people trying to jump over fence to get rice.
Yeah.
People trying to stand. People were in long line trying to get rice. There was we went to the port. You guys went to the port and show us the rice. The rice was coming in, and then I think the president made a visit to the warehouse to prove that there were rice in the country. But it's just too many. It's a long story. It's like spider story. It doesn't end, and it has to end. It has to end. We can't say that rice is our staple food, and yet still we're still fussing and fighting about it every single day. Every single day, there's something about rice.
Yes, that's very true, Dr. Richardson. And we saw that the previous administration at some point tried to handle the situation by subsidizing, the whole rice situation, giving some money to the rice importers in subsidy to at least be able to control the price through that. But again, it didn't work. After about 4 years, pretty close to 5 years of providing that subsidy, they had to go back to the usual way. They had to drop it because uh, the money was not even forthcoming. There was a point when even the importers were saying that they weren't receiving whatever that was allotted to go to them as subsidy to address the situation with the rice price in the country. So again, by 2022, the government had to back down on that, and we went back to status quo ante, and then we saw the price of rice started to increase gradually, 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 and then this is where we are.
Yeah.
It's yeah, we just hope that some long term or medium term solution can be derived as we uh, encounter another situation with
Yes,
rice.
and looking at posts that have been telling us that the price is not going to increase. It's not a long-term solution. It's just a post to me. I need to see step one, step two, step three, and dates and timeline attached to that. That's what I need to see. And I need to see check mark. I want people reporting to me after you have met your benchmarks that you set for yourself. That's how it works. That's how we'll know that there's something to look forward to. There's a change to look forward to, because everybody came in and told us, oh, we're not increasing the price of rice. All the governments, previous governments, that's what they do. That's what they come in and tell us. And Liberians, I would say, oh, we need to find something to eat. That
Mhm.
business that we like, you better start eating some plenty and some sour and some nutrient, some other good.
It'll be hard, Dr. Richardson. It'll be hard. We used to the rice.
Hey, but in fact, sometimes maybe that rice, that whole rice price, let it keep going on. Maybe it will force us to eat something else, because just like one time when y'all eating, I know my pies to say Papa John or whatever.
Yeah, Baba John. Baba
Yeah.
John, the chicken green, all that thing. Eh?
Yeah. So y'all
And
will
Gary too. Gary was another alternative.
Of
You know.
course, and it still is, because our grounds, the ground in Liberia is so rich. It is so rich. And if you plant cassava, the brand of cassava, the variation of cassava they have right now, I think can really produce. I've seen it. And so, yeah, so Liberians, it's a two-way street here to me. The government needs to have a benchmark with deadlines and dates, and they need to speak to us and let us know how they are meeting those benchmarks. And then we ourselves, we need to help our own diet, because sometimes rice is not good for us, you know. Yeah,
Mhm.
especially in the older age. Maybe for the young people, they're not feeding it now, but that rice got sugar in it. It can cause
Mhm.
some interesting side effects to the body. So yeah. All right. And so what else, Nelson, besides that? Then the yo-yo with rice. And then of course, I like the idea of the health ministry, what she said today. I'm interested. I don't know if she mentioned whether how she's gonna go, her methodology about finding out where the missing medications went.
Mhm.
I know we can get documentation from the different NGOs that donated medication to us. But where did it go? Did people keep good records of where it went?
That's what the tax force will be finding out. Yeah.
But we knew we have a don't we have a report one time that came out of Bronx County? Remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a report that came out.
Dr.
So
Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well, the best that I can do for
The
today.
doctor is in blue. Hey, God. I think you said you were sick, Nancy.
Thank God.
I feel much better.
You know, feel much better. You see, that's you. I will deal with you. I'll deal with you according to the law. I will. The Liberal government have a law and constitution. I will deal with you according to the law. I'll make you to call the labor minister, Councilor Cooper Crack. Yeah, man. God, doctor, where are your people? They've been dragging coming on. But let me say this though. I follow your conversation. I've been on the phone. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. We'll be speaking to Chief Cyril Allen today. You got that information right, Nelson? You're saying the link, talk to Haji. I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. You look like you got your war face on today. You look mean today, though. What's the problem here?
I got no problem. I worked yesterday, so I'm a bit tired. I had a class.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you wasn't on the show.
No, I was teaching
I thought you were on the show, Dr. Richardson.
No, I was teaching supervision, consultation.
Supervision?
Mm-hmm.
Supervision?
Yes.
Is that a course called supervision?
A course called supervision, consultation, and management.
You can create all kind of program and just eat and pay money. That's it. Supervision.
Look at you.
I want to say thanks to all of our many followers that joined us yesterday to listen to Edwin Snow. We had on Spoon Talk alone. Nelson, can you call it and show it? We have over 60,000 on Spoon Talk alone. YouTube went off the roof. We had on Fabric, on Super. I want to say thanks for being part of the show. A lot of people follow Spoon Talk all over the world. People call me Dr. Richardson. People I don't know, and they are making the argument, they are making the case that a Spoon Talk remain one of the biggest, the strongest. That's where you're going. And we are here to say, listen.
I want to set up Mr. Dwalo quickly. He's in studio.
Dwalo is in there? Yeah. All right, call that, start, let's see. And a lot of people listen to Edwin Snow, Dr. Richardson. A very fine, unique program. Yeah, we are talking about our country, Liberia, and the rest issue. Whose side are you on? While we wait for Mr. Dwalo, we wait for Fadika and the rest of the team to join us, Dr. Richardson. Commerce Minister Amin Moda announced rice price going up $18.50. Today, President Joseph Yima Boakai said, not on my watch. That's what you're saying. The president said, not on my watch.
That's part of story, man.
No. You can call your own part of story. But we want to get into the conversation because he is the president of the Republic of Liberia. He said it's not on my watch. The president said, as long as I'm president of this republic, the price of rice is not going up. Now you should consider so many different factors, though. Yeah, thank you very much. The code is giving me hard time, Colonials. Thank you for thinking about me, Colonials Hunter. Dr. Richardson, I don't know what's going on here. I just like to remind everybody the issue about rice in our country. When I spoke to some of the importers, they said the thing will go to $22.50 or $25. I know the guys coming on, Dr. Richardson. But when the president went out to say, not on my watch, I mean, I mean, which side are we on? I sent the guys now out yesterday, and everywhere they went, the price of rice 1850, 1950. 4 months into this government, that Joey people playing game. I hope Joey and I'm manipulating something here though. I hate to go back and put this on Joey. I hate to go back and put this on Joey. But I want people to understand something. You see, I've just been calm, Dr. Richard. I'm not screaming though. Am I yelling? Dr. Richard, am I screaming? No, I'm not. But something is happening here. And I want to open the Liberian people eye. Kolo Kolo, welcome to the show, Dwalu. I want to open the Liberian. Somebody is using this rest issue as early as it is in this government to cause fire damage. Maybe I will be wrong. I know my CDC friends want to say, Stanton, what are you talking about? But for President Barker to say, not on my watch, rest price will not go up. And we send the guys out, and the rest price are already up. So we will find out, Michael Grisby, a lot of contributing factors to the rest price going up. We have the information, we have the analysis. We have the reason why the commerce minister saying rest price should go up. We have the reason why he has fought everything he can, as he said, and we hope to have you on the show tomorrow, that rest price going up. But the executive mansion, the president is saying no. I see no reason why. Now, let me ask you, you know how much APM terminal charge per metric ton? $14. Dalu, man, we start the show here, man. I'm going to find flour salt to eat. And when you and Dr. Richardson doing your thing, I'll eat it with small fufu. Because now rest price too high. I don't want to eat it with rest, Dr. Richardson. Rest price is high now. So we got,
I don't think rest price is high enough. Dr. Princeton, how are you doing?
Oh, you don't think it's high enough?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. You're telling I want to my own.
Oh yeah, please. You must tell your own, brother. Yeah. But let me end now. Let me end my own because I know you can't in Zico. You in Zico right now.
Yeah.
But Dr. Richardson, I go back to small fufu, and that will be plenty fufu. Yeah, I don't know. Small cassava with flour salt. Yeah. Fufu with flour salt because rest price is going up. But my own Uncle Joe, my papa is saying no, not on my watch. He said stand on, not on my watch. The rest price will not go up. The vice president said rest price not going up. Hey Lord. Crewman say c'est better 20. Yeah. I want you my fufu.
Go your fufu.
Small, the fufu not small fufu, my man, but they cook it real good. They hard, that they plenty fufu. The one that look yellow.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
Santa, before you go, let me say this to you very quickly.
Please go. Talk to me.
I've been in Liberia almost 2 months now. And do you know why I'm down here?
Why?
Most people don't know why I'm in Liberia. The reason I'm here is this very rice issue.
Yeah.
There's massive news coming out. I understand people talking about the rice price. We've been working with these investors. We've been talking to the right people in the country. They will be in the country on the 26th. These guys are looking to invest nothing less than $300 million into this country. There'll be a massive press conference if everything goes well. We are talking to the right people. Look, the Indians, where we get the bulk of our rice to this country, the population is expanding. Okay, the Indian government is not going to allow you to take the food out of their country. So whether we like this or not, I don't care how much the government subsidizes the rice price in Liberia, eventually it's going to go up. Until we mitigate this problem locally, and try to expand the market. Watch out. That's the reason why I'm in Liberia. I've been working for the last 2 months.
There's so many reasons in Liberia, but we'll take that as one of the many reasons. There's so many reasons in Liberia.
How about the 26?
No, we'll take that as one of the many reasons, Duadu. I mean, that's it. I really don't doubt you because I got respect for you. You got vision. You know, you're a man with a vision. But there's so many reasons in Liberia.
Hey, Bob, my man, that goes all there for man.
But wait, I'm gonna leave you alone yet. That the richest thing gotta come out before I go.
Yeah, but you leave me alone yet. We talking about people small. I missed yesterday.
No, Duadu, no. That you say that the only reason in Liberia, and I want to Liberia people to understand.
Reason why
that's the major reason. Okay.
Yes.
The other reason then clack.
But lead that to man, my man Santon, we got serious to talk about.
We got Baba, you ever say, but that has some fun, but how serious can it be? They think serious because I mean, what I serious that president, but I serious that I Liberia go serious that, but I have some fun. I just want to know the only reason in Liberia for is because of the rest issue, but they have other sub reason, right?
And the sub reason they're inconsequential, really.
Yeah. You can find it in America.
You got there, my man. You know, say that. People get hung on me and say, "Oh, why you standing around, baby? No, gentlemen, let me tell you something. Sometimes we spend 2-3 hours here. It's stressful. So these little back and forth.
Yeah, and that's what people need to understand. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Even though Stanton has about 17 points just in Lugar time alone, I for one have absolutely none. You know, I try to do my best, walk a straight line, a straight path.
You will not get me in that job, Duadu. I spent only 5 days in Liberia, 6 days. You've been spending 2 months. We got to question you. I spent only 5 days in Liberia, so you're not getting me in the other one.
No, but since we have massive investments coming to the country, we've been working.
I agree.
The guys are coming to.
But let me ask you a question. While you're on my series, let me ask you. I know you would talk about the investment and folks that come in Duadu. APM terminal Duadu. Charging per metric ton, $14. On a job where the highest they went were $5.
Correct.
Right now it's $14.
Yeah.
Is that because of India?
Let me say this to you. What is the significance of APM terminal? Let's ask the question that way.
So you're answering the question by asking the question.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm answering your question with a question, but I'm going to clarify. Is there anything that APM terminal is doing that cannot be done by the Freeport of Monrovia? The answer is only critical. No. There's nothing they're doing that cannot be done. So the additional charge is literally burdening the country. It's not doing anything for our development. Look, if you went to the Freeport of Monrovia, this place is as if to say, look, sometimes I don't understand how we do governance in this country. I don't know how we do governance. So every time the singular reason why governments exist is to make sure the people's lives are improved and improve them in a way that lessens the burden of the people. Any decision that burdens the people, that decision is bad for the society. We don't understand that basic concept yet. I understand the president is doing everything he can to make sure the rice price stay at a location where quote-unquote people can afford it. But if we're not coming from our home, it comes from somebody else's house. The price will be determined by them, not by us. And look at how much we subsidize this thing. Look, the importers will take advantage.
Let me interrupt you. I beg you, brother. Let me interrupt you. You're saying so many different things here.
Go ahead.
I flew into India. I paid for the metric ton, which is 40 bags per metric ton, right? That'll ton. So I paid for it, and maybe I paid maybe $600. To I have to ship it to Liberia.
Correct.
Let's consider all of those different factors and see whether it is necessary to sell a bag of rice $14. Let's see whether it will be important to sell that bag of rice $18. Let's do the numbers. I'm going to share some unofficial document with you and Dr. Richardson. I want to see all the charges, the analysis that folks have put together to give reason why they want to sell rice $18.50. Other people saying it $22, and see whether it makes sense. If you go to India and buy one bag of rice for even $9, you won't tell me that you will sell it equal or more the price you pay for it because you have accumulated so many charges and subcharges. down the way. If that be this true, can our government tell APM terminal don't charge the people the $14? You know who else charging? MedTech that have never given us a dime. You know who else charging? Let's say this thing. Maybe you want us to start the show in 5 o'clock. Yeah, we're actually start at 5 o'clock. Why is the burden on the people when all these different folks taking the money away?
Senator,
Then we'll go to that.
And you don't need to answer, it's rhetorical. Let me ask you a question. If the issue of rice in this country from time immemorial is a national security risk issue, why isn't the government nationalizing and importing rice itself? Why doesn't the government import rice? Why do we sublet this?
So you asked a good question. Oh no, you said I shouldn't answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if the government imported its own rice, look, since we don't want to grow the food, which is the more practical thing to do in this country, why doesn't the government itself set up an agency that imports rice into the country? Because every single time there's a brouhaha around rice. Stanton, you asked a question. The question is very poignant, but I want you to answer this. If I can sell something at $23, but my real value to sell that thing in our society is $12, and I can get away with it selling for $23, why shouldn't I sell it at $23? The importers don't care about you, and they shouldn't care about. They're business people. I don't know why people don't understand this concept.
Duaru. Listen, Dr. Richardson, let me come to you. Duaru asking these very important questions. But yet and still, let's find a solution. Let's talk to the Liberian people. Let's talk to each other. And let's just understand where we are. Yesterday, Dr. Richardson, Amin Moda announced that the rice price going up to be $18.50. Today, President Joseph Boakai said, not on my watch. It will not be a penny. But then, they say, yo, go back to Amin Moda. The president said, not on my watch. But you'll go back to Amin Moda to negotiate.
Senator.
No, I won't bring Dr. Richardson in before she charge her for gender imbalance on this call, because you know they're very fast to do that. She will say we're taking her out of the conversation. Yeah. So my thing is that where are we? Is the weird government playing games here? Should we put this on the past government now? Or maybe somebody will say, but something you're going crazy. No, brother. I'm asking Dr. Richardson, brother. Okay, because the same players, though, that the president, the past government, and I saw Asa coming in, I wanted to wait when he come in, but I will ask my question, Dr. Richardson, said that they collected $22 million and they were giving the rest importers $11 million. And out of the $11 million, they gave the rest importer $8 million. The $3 million went in flash air. This government still owe the rest importer that balance $3 billion. Here we are today talking about the same issue. Should we give the rest importer additional $11 million? Should we take away all the charges they have to increase the price of a bag of rice? Dr. Richardson, man, this is a serious thing. But finally today, Joseph Boakai said, not on my watch. You'll go back to Amin Moda. Then Amin Moda said, for what? You're sending them back to me. I have negotiated. You're sending them back to me to do what again? But let me hear you, Dr. Richardson. This will be a very interesting show today. We want to say to every one of you, thank you for joining us. Invite your friends, share the show. Every one of you that are here right now, if you can go and share this show, we'll pay 10,000 tonight. So share the show. Dr. Richardson, talk to us.
To answer your question, Stanton, it is alarming to me, first of all, that Amin Moda is speaking from a different side of his mouth, and the president is speaking from a different side of his mouth. I expected them to speak in a united tone. I expected the president to be abreast and also knowledgeable, aware of what is happening with the rice condition in the country, especially when this is our national food. You know, when it has caused a national problem. It's a political commodity, as Sam Jackson can say, in the country. So, so that's alarming that they are not on one page. Secondly, this rice business has been an age-long story. It's an age-old story. It didn't start in this government. It didn't start in the last government. It didn't start in the government before. It's been just going on for multiple years. Now, if this government, in my mind, was serious, they would at least speak to us, not just telling us that the price of rice is not going to increase. I don't want to see a post. I want to see resolutions. I want to see solutions. I want to see benchmarks, and I want to see timeline attached to those benchmarks. That's how I know someone is serious. You give me a checklist at the end of the day. You tell me, say, okay, July 1st, this happened in contribution to solving the rice crisis in our country, and put a check mark to it. Our media can be there. Everybody can see what's happening. Let's subsidize the people the people who's growing rice in our country instead of subsidizing these imports. I'm not getting what's happening. But just please, if you can just give me a few minutes, Madam Titi kind of gave me an announcement before the show goes on too far and too deep into politics. I want to announce that we raised money here for the surfers. I want to also congratulate and tell a lot of the Liberians who contributed. Thank you. Again, using Spoon was good because this is the platform where everyone listens to. Through the Cash App, Miss Titi told me, and I'm reading, please. She has $6,494. That's what came through her Cash App as of 3:57 today. Zelle was $850. That came through Zelle. Mobile money was $220. That gives us a total of money that she has on hand that came through at $7,564. Musability, again, also congratulations for the bridge in Nima County. What a great development there. Give $2,000. That brought the 7,564 plus 2,000 to $9,564. When Miss Mandela Cooper was here, she raised a significant amount of money at the tune of $10,000, $10,250. So that was really helpful. That is money that was pledged. It's not money that Miss Titi collected. Okay, Miss Titi actually has $7,564 in her possession. Mr. Billy gave the $2,000 to Rabina Lewis. That's what she admitted here on the show. Madam Cooper, Mandela Cooper, raised $10,250 pledge in her fundraising campaign. So we totally, with the fund that we have at hand and also the fundraising that happened, it came out to $19,814. So let's give our hand.
Came out to how much?
19,000.
14,
yes, $19,814. So let's give ourselves a big hand clap. We did well. But again, we are waiting to collect the money from our other parties. Once Madam Cooper gets all the money together from the pledges, we'll be even more happier. So I just wanted to say that before we go even more deeper into politics. So thank you.
I want to say thank you. I want to say thanks to the Liberian government by they contributed 100,000. Jerry Limit PS said that on one-on-one with the CEO to Ketema and I. They contributed 100,000 to the terrorist group. So great job, and want to say thanks for that.
Okay, Martina,
Right.
I hear you.
All right.
Yeah,
so
I want to give big shout out to Representative Michael Thomas out of District Number 4. I was fixing some roads in the community. He came over to my place. He said, listen, Galu, I can let you have some trucks in the Caterpillar for a day. Just fuel them and open more roads. So I want to say big ups to him for at least coming by and saying, listen, we can provide these trucks for you. So, like I said, I was doing that out of my pocket, trying to open some roads. But at the end of the day, he came over, and I'm very excited for that. Thank you, Representative. We appreciate it.
Wow.
So thanks to the representative. Thanks to all.
Machine?
So that, yeah, yellow machine and 2 trucks for a day. I'll put fuel in them, but at least we got a truck because the truck's expensive now. It's $100 per load.
I like how these guys own their own.
Want to say thanks? We want to say thanks to the representative, thanks to all Liberians out there that contributed to this rival sport. Don't forget, the program is from the 23rd to the 28th.
Yes.
All right, be part of the program, enjoy, have fun, food, drinks, everything on the house. Your government, the people's government, contributed 100,000 United States dollars to this program. Spoon raised a little over 19,000. So I want to say thanks for everything and have a wonderful, wonderful program where you go out there to have fun. I want to say to everyone, it will be a very interesting show tonight. We will be calling Chief Cyril Allen. We'll be talking about the rest issue. I have to break down that which was submitted by the rest importers, the whole analysis, right? It will shake our country to know that these people, companies that charge it. I don't know. I'm reading the thing, I'm getting sick. Let me bring in the rest of the late comers because when Dualu come here, everybody come here.
Yeah, but Stanton, your argument is misplaced, though.
No, but let me finish now.
You blaming the wrong people.
No, but can I
Okay,
finish?
go
You
ahead.
say I will tell my own, you tell your own. And that's what you just said.
My man.
Joma Jala,
Polygamist, so
when I say Joma, thank you. He interrupted me, and
polygamist. I didn't know that about you, Tadu.
But notwithstanding though, let's welcome to the show Abdullah Mame. We welcome Isaac Vibe Topat Jr. His location is different. It's not like in somebody's living room, or I never see that kind of curtain before in my life. But it's okay. We'll get to him. We'll tell where he is. Without hearing, as usual, without remind you. Without remind you, just talk. You know.
We get here, use that.
Yeah, the man will just talk without reminding man. So my thing is that Dr. Richardson, what I share this thing, 8 p.m. terminal charging $14.85. Okay, $14.85. A metric ton CIF landed cost before local charges $640 for the metric ton. Medtech Beaver charging $1. Medtech never get your money. They charging $1. Transport forklift $5. Hauling and stacking $5.90. Survey fees 50 cents. CMA charges $20. Financing 3.5%, $22. Unforeseen expenses and demurrage charges, $15. Total local charges, $114.25 per metric ton. So everything is $754.25 per metric ton. I'm about to share with you guys, and then we can share it with our people. The reason why we're sitting here today and saying why the rest press, if it is true that all those things are added, let's do the math. And thank God Ava is here. We're going to go into the numbers, we'll do the math, and we'll tell the Liberian people whether the importers are saying the right thing or whether they're playing politics to remove this government. Because I come up with the mindset that maybe the importers trying to just remove Joseph Barker government. Ava, we're not hearing you. You got to go out and come back in. We're not hearing you.
I don't know what's going
on. So I want everybody to pay attention while we share this. We will share this because we have to save our country. That's the reason why Joseph Barker said, not on my watch. That's the reason why President Barker said, not on my watch. So, gentlemen, it's in the chat room. It's there. I just put it in the chat room. Please read it. Let's forget about the bluff. Let's forget about all the tabata, all the yama. Do I take your phone and read it, my brother? It's in the chat room. I want people to understand what we are looking at here. Mommy, thank you. You are not at the airport today. Thank you. You're here. You will do that math. You and Ava. What are all the charges coming up? Some unnecessary charges. Unforeseen. Expensive. $15. Who put it that? You see, who doing this to the Liberian people? Who put in their own eating? Who put in their chopping?
I sent them to you.
Let me talk it. I'm looking at the document that they presented to Mr. President. Duadu,
it's called layering.
Huh?
They call it layering.
Duadu, why they will call it layering? Why?
It's now you see it, now you don't see it like Kogo and Missy.
Yeah, that the fine print. The fine print that my man can put under there in the contract, fine print. If you see it, you go to call tomorrow, they say, oh, man, we had a thing that we tell you not to see it.
They don't see it.
But Duadu, talk to me. Have you read it, Duadu? It's in the chat room, though.
I've seen it. Remember, I just came in.
So before you do that, Duadu, I beg you, let me post it.
Yeah,
I want our audience to see it too, right? Yeah. I beg you, Duadu. Don't start your Tabata. Don't say anything too serious. Let me post it for you. Yeah.
Let me talk small Tabata. Remember, glass is thicker than mine. So let me go before me.
Maybe serial like cat.
The thing all afraid of what you doing on the ground. You there on the ground, you controlling the work.
I said nothing.
Everybody getting your clip, you polygamy and all the different things, but
I credit you.
Yeah. You credit who?
I credit you.
You don't go to the place, take what I say do.
I do wearing tie, wearing t-shirt. Me, I do equal. Even a deputy minister. Me, I just come on citizen.
I said don't get free gas slip, $200 on it. You get 20 of them. I don't know. The government are very charitable government.
That red lit, I can buy Brazilian hair.
Yeah.
Oh, my man, a bad place going on. I don't go like you. The man buying Brazilian hair.
Before you get to the deep politics,
that originates leading money business. Now let go ahead, mama.
What kind of money again?
Hey, we've been wasting the money, let go. The money business, how you call it, Benny refused to come on the show because we're collecting money. Leave the money till let go. Tell Robina will call her. Let Robina leave her, man.
Yeah, I will text her and tell her, sorry, Robina. Yeah.
Robina, leave me small. Oh, the Robina was talking to me, and now she see Duadu in like, bro, she
listen, that's on.
Don't call me up. Don't call me up. The Robina say,
there must be a correlation between red necktie and Brazilian hair. What is it? I'm trying to find it.
Man, don't put my man as they do easy a little bit. The man already now. The man coming.
The man like him on. But guys, let's go back to the conversation. This is it, right? I want to start this thing with everybody watching. I want you to take picture. Indian Parboiled rice, 5% broken, cost sheet up to warehouse. Y'all tell us the reason why you think the people will not charge $18.86 for a bag of rice. We think that they said $18.50, but it's $18.86. If you put everything together, $18.86. This is what was presented to the Minister of Commerce. It was presented to the President. This is an analysis that was given. Let everybody see it, my fellow Liberians. And then you can talk your own as to why we have all these different charges on the rice that they just pay $6.40 for. They got two. I just show you one. And I will be showing you the other one. But you need to understand, why are we here? As Liberian, why are we here? They went to India. They pay one bag of rice, $6.40. 1 bag. CIF per metric ton. That's the whole per metric ton. That 1 bag, you're sorry. But you can do the math. You ought to know the math. Where mommy?
Yeah, me.
Mommy, can you read this to us? I will give you the first shot to this. Then we'll go to Mr. Duaru, Dr. Richard Singh, and our brother Isaac Doe. This is what was presented to the government of Liberia, the reason why they will be charging a bag rate $18.86.
So basically, they list all the charges, and their argument is the total, when you sum all the charges that they're getting from CRF, lending costs, BVAG or MedTech fee, $1, APN terminal handling, 14.85, transportation forklift, $5. I think this is per metric ton.
Per metric ton, yes.
Yeah, which is like when you do the 25 kg bag, maybe like 40 bags or 25.
40 bags, correct.
Yeah. So transport forklift, hauling and stacking 5, survey fee, CMA charges, financing $22, unforeseen expenses $15, overhead expense $30. Now, what is important about this is, are these charges validated? Has the ministry confirmed that these are the charges? Because usually business people will try to demonstrate and provide reason why they should increase price or they should make additional profit. But these charges are a lot. But whether these charges can be verified, whether the ministry can confirm that
the ministry confirmed it. The ministry verified the charges. Commerce have verified the charges and they took it to the executive marshal.
But
it is true that APM terminal charging $14.85. It is true. Before Joe Manawea left, they were charging $5 and change. Now they are charging $14.85. It is true that transport is $5. All these things has been verified. But the question people are asking, Mame, why the different charges here to increase and put the burden on the Liberian people? Overhead expensive. What's that? $30. Unforeseen expensive, $15. What are those nonsense? Financing what? 3.5, $22. CMA charges. What is CMA charges? $20. You surveying what? Surveying fee, 50 cents. Hauling and stacking, $5.90. Transport, forklift, $5. Beaver, Medtech eating their own, $1. I'm going to put this down because I believe you have taken pictures, you have read them.
Yes, Stanton, keep it out. Stanton, can you keep it out? Let me just break something down to the public.
Go ahead.
Okay. So audit finance. Wow, let me put it in there. Some of these processes are redundant to begin with. Okay, it means they put in there 2 times because they can get away with it. Okay, when they discuss the overhead expenses here, they are basically telling you the same thing that they're talking about unforeseen expenses. They are adding it. So really, the overhead is almost $45. And the overhead, it can be anything they decide they want to do it. Now, I want you to look to APM terminal handling charges per metric ton. Then they also got hauling and stocking. It's almost like the same thing, but they're using different languages. So they're padding the book. But one thing I want Liberian people to understand, the actual price in India is approximately $7 per bag of rice. Approximately $7. Now, if you include...
They got it up for $6.40.
Okay, $6.40, right? So, like I said, approximately $7. So $6.40. If the look, most of these charges, whenever you're adding on charges to a commodity, especially if it's a national commodity as described by Dr. Francine, or political commodity, it has to be to the point where it's not just justified, but it's absolutely necessary. Let's ask ourselves a few questions. A $30 over here for 1 metric ton. Is it necessary, especially when you're adding unforeseen expenses? Are you going to return
$45 right there, Eduardo? $45 right there. Add the unforeseen and overhead.
Thank you. Are you going to return the $15 if those expenses do not happen? Where has this $15 been going? Now, you say financing is 3.5%. I want people to understand this, though, because the rights in Liberia, the turnaround is so quick. So if you remember, we eat it or we pay. So it's almost that the risk is minimum. In fact, the surest business in the Republic of Liberia that earns you the highest return is almost on rice to some extent. Because I reckon any sports, now you're kind of country that will buy some of these charges with CMA charges about $20. It's almost saying again, it's part of overhead. So you keep stretching the overhead. Anyway, now the overhead is not just $45 now. If you add another $20 on this overhead, it's continuing to increase. So most of these charges have to be revisited. Let me say, let's take the charges, let's break them down now. I am not suggesting that the importer should not make the profit, but they cannot make the profit way over to the extent that it should be making more money, especially for a commodity that should be not for profit. That's why I believe the government should nationalize the rice importation, import the rice itself, use the additional funding to fund agriculture across this country, because rice is extremely profitable.
Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, we're coming to you. You want me to keep it up or you want me to put it down?
No, you can keep it up.
Thank you.
That one be seeing your face. Then put it down.
Oh, shit. I got Brazilian hair.
Hey, God.
Now you started your mommy.
So, I think rightfully, how did they come up with these charges? When business people set a price, they include a study or frequency of their overhead and what's contributing to the charges. But in this case, I don't know. Nobody explained anything to us. And rightfully, like Dwalu said, overhead and unforeseen expenditure is very much the same thing. How did it come up with that? Survey fee is the one that's my take for the night. Survey fee. What are you surveying? What is that for? So I don't understand. I hope that this should be included in the discussion as to how they can find resolution to reducing the price. And it's not adding up. That price, this is not adding up. Now you're telling us what contributes to making the price of rice.
Dr. Richardson, you're right. I love what you said, because there's a reason why people were hiding this analysis sheet. The Liberian people have to see an honest spoon talk. Go have Gowon Grace to show this kind of document. It will be all on social media. $45 alone, unforeseen, thing that you can't see. And others expensive. Where is that $45 going? Let somebody do the math. 3.5 thousand metric ton. Times $45.
Yeah.
No, but stand on wait. These charges we're looking at, these are charges the business people saying they're incurring.
Correct.
They're not charges that overhead costs. They're not government charging them. Unforeseen circumstances for which they attribute.
But that's the reason why they're telling you to buy the bag of rice for $18.
Exactly. So our responsibility now, the government responsibility now, is to investigate whether these charges are real. For example, you say overhead, you're spending $30.
But Mama, don't take me back. Mama, I'll argue with you.
Yeah, sure.
Model, our commerce minister, saw this. And he announced, no, brother, hold on now. Don't put me in Zigo yet. Model represent the government. I'm not putting this on Amin. And Model announced yesterday that we are putting rice price up to $18.50. After looking at all these different numbers. So you giving me Lalo now?
No. So let me address it in the context of the Amin Moda situation disaster that happened yesterday. Rice, everybody know, we have continued to term it as a political commodity, a national security issue. Every decision around rice,
correct,
is a major policy decision of the government.
Thank you. How
come in this world, the commerce minister of the country succumb, la flat belly, surrender, put hands up?
But he didn't do it alone, though.
I come in, Stan.
I'm not going to defend him now, but anyway, go ahead. I will deal with you tonight. I'll do your story. Go ahead.
Surrender. Put his hands up and said we can do nothing about the increase. In less than 24 hours, the president said, no, I will convene a meeting with the stakeholders, with the rest stakeholders. And after that meeting, they are saying the price of rice will not increase. My fundamental question there is, how is it that there is a disconnect, 24-hour disconnect between the Minister of Commerce policy decision and the president's action?
Yeah.
It demonstrates lack of coordination. It demonstrates that the policy that was announced by the minister did not meet the consent of the president. So my question is, how come the commerce minister is making a major policy decision when the president of the country...
Mami, I will interrupt you. Mami, I don't want you to get to the end.
Okay.
I want us to take our time for the Liberian people to understand. Before I bring in my brother Isaac, though, did Amin Moda meet the president prior to that announcement? Have you asked? Did Amin Moda say to the president, I'm going to give the announcement that rice price go up to 1850? Have you asked?
I would disagree that happened. If it happened, why would the president drop back in less than 24 hours?
Thank you. Use the word preposition conjunction 8. We're bringing former deputy minister Isaac Blamado. My brother Isaac. Sorry, is your middle name Blama?
Anyone is okay.
I said if people are losing the task more, they say it too tight. I just relate.
The man get it out. Nobody say. My man talk to us.
Yeah, you know, I mean, today is not for me. It's not a fun day for me. It's
a joking day. We agree. Yeah,
it's a day that is serious. So let me start off with this. Former President George Weah posted something today. He said, "You can lie your way to power, but you can't lie to government." And that is true. So today, there was a short press conference from our dear press secretary in which she said 3 different things. No increase on the price of rice, period. The increase will not be immediate, period. The increase will not just happen. What exactly she wants to say, nobody knows. Let's cut it simple. Eduardo is in Liberia. Let everybody on the show put money together, then send it to Eduardo, then he come to me tomorrow. Let's go to buy rice. Simple.
How do I put money together?
The spoon journalist was in the market today. Go back and listen to what the people say, how much to buy their rice. So when you think you can continue to lie to the people as a government, you will always find yourself in the box of defending. Who told you rice price has not increased? And let me just provide a little, clarity first on the charges you guys were discussing. I know you were asking about the unforeseen demurrage. What does it mean? And thing. These are the things we expected our no-book people to have been looking at. If you look at the unforeseen expenses, the demurrage, etc. Now, if the ship anchors at the APM, at the port, it has certain amount of free time it can stay there. If it goes beyond that free time, it pays charges. This charge relates to that. So one of the things the no-book people who have done, look at the turnover time of the ship, how quickly they can be offloaded. It will reduce this cost. I didn't want to say these things, but for the sake of our people, I know our people pretend like they know the boat come from their floor hair, it reach to their back. They know boat in their hair until nobody can teach them anything. But this is not a deal of joke to me. A friend, I was around the fish market, and someone went to buy rice. $3,700 to buy the rice. So if our government think they will lie for opposition, lie during campaign, and lie in governance, they are not helping themselves. We make it simple. Dwell in Liberia, get money, come to me, let's go buy rice tomorrow, you and I. And then you will come here and tell the people, look, stop. President Boycott did not have no success today. In the first place, these people are business people. The core of business is to make profit. The core of government is to ensure you're working on behalf of the people. So these two forces will have to meet at a point where somebody comes up with flying color. There is nowhere on earth President Boycott can dictate to the business people say don't sell a rest $20 when they are incurring $20 cost. It's not possible. The only thing President Boycott will be doing is he will be making rice to be scarce on the market because the business people will not sell their rice. Remember, you are a businessman. Go and buy phone $20 and come and sell it $19. It doesn't make sense, right? There are things you will have to do for the price to come down. And our government not doing any of it. And you know what? Somebody was joking and said if you went to buy rice and you say you are sedition, then the rice is $18. But when you say you are rescue, then the rice is $5. Oh no. Everyone is feeling the pinch. This is no time for keep lying to our people. That's why this day is not a broken day for me. I listened to the press secretary talking. I was disturbed. I was embarrassed. The same press secretary who told the Liberian people that Gambia sent plane for President Boycott. Why are they doing this? For the sake of our people. Forget about me. I will eat every day. 6 years, I will eat. It's not me. But the rest of the people, why will you continue to lie? Why will you continue to do this? Why?
Please. All right. Thank you. I'm going to pull this up, folks. But before I do, let's bring in our brother Paul Kennedy. These are the people, Mr. Dwalu. These are the folks that control our country. I want Liberian people to see them. Rice importers. I want us to just understand where we are. The 4 or 5 different rice importers. The people that will make the determination and make the argument and say, yes, the price of rice will be this one. We will not agree to anything you say, Mr. President. Joseph Boycott in the meeting, President Boycott said, I disagree. You don't increase the price of rice. The people say, then what the benefit to us? They got a ship on the water right now. If you force us to sell our rice beyond what we want to sell it, below what we want to sell it, guess what happened? We're not bringing any rice. In the next month or so, people will be jumping over the fence to be looking for rice. Or we're going to hold all this rice. We're going to hide them. We're going to keep them. And people will be spending $30, $40 for a bag of rice. Our country economy is in their hands, Dwadu. This is the reason why we are having this conversation and we're suffering. These guys met and they came up with this. Say anything you want to say, opposition or imposition, the Liberian people are suffering because these guys are saying, we will not change, we will not buck. We are telling you, we want to sell rice $18.50 and above. Look at them. They're sleeping on air condition. They sleep in. I'm not mad at them. They are business people. Our people are beggars because of these people.
No, Santa.
Say, our people, I will say my own Dwalu. These people are saying, this is what we ask of you. This is what you need to do. And we are here telling you, we will not shake. We leave from the president. The president say, y'all go back to Amin Moda. Y'all go back to the commerce ministry. Y'all work on the numbers. Do not carry the price of rice up. Today we play the video when they went to the market. The rice price is up. Let me play this while you can come in, please.
My name is Abdul Ba.
Abdul Ba?
Yes.
All right.
Yesterday morning, I received call from Red Light. They asked me how much I sell rice. I said I still sell rice the same price. Why I used to sell 3,500. Say, oh, here the people say rice price go up. I said for me, I don't have.
I have to take this up because of
Waxing, I stay in the Oro Belt. I'm about to talk to a Liberian businessman who sells rice wholesale in the Oro market area. So, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name is Cyrus Waxing, and your name?
I'm Mari Kanen.
Okay, Mari Kanen. Okay, Mr. Kanen, so what your take on the rice inflation, the price of the inflation of rice on the Liberian market?
Well, the whole thing on the rare inflation is started from last week, Thursday evening.
Thursday evening?
Yeah.
Last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like when you go buy rice, they will limit you. If you got a 300 bed, they tell you they can only sell 50 bed. So we start wondering why is it happening. They know there's a where they are wanted to increase the price. So in that, try to know that yesterday evening now, but when we go in the morning, maybe if they take the 50%, they tell you still close. Here, they say close, you go footer, they're not selling, you go any other business area, they're not selling. Yeah, so we start wondering, but just to know yesterday now, start buying red 18 or 50 cents, they say that the price is on
18 or 50 cents is how much equivalent in Liberian dollars?
So 18 or 50 cents, the rate is 194. So we will take it, we transport it for the $50 Liberian dollars. So we can sell it at $19, which will be like 3,800.
So Eduardo, I want to bring you in, right? $18.50 is $19 yesterday. President Barker said no increase. I'm going to play from Radical Market, Douala Market, Red Light Omega Market, and Waterside. The people are saying we already into the high increase. Talk to me, Mr. Eduardo.
Stanton, I will talk to you, but we got to correct a few things. This government has made some mistakes, but one thing I have not seen this government do, as alluded to by my brother, Mr. Doe, is lie to the people. He does not lie. And number two, I don't think President Ria wrote that. Somebody wrote it for him. I don't think he has any capacity to write anything. But I want to say this, though. The issue of the rice in this country, what a president, like I said, they cannot increase the rice price. Everybody, almost every commodity in this country is determined, the price is determined to some extent how that person feel and where he or she is located. I will continue to propose this recommendation to the administration. This is very simple, y'all. Take nationalize the importation of rice to this country, but I would prefer where you to put heavy money towards agriculture. And let localize this operation. Nationalize the rice importation. And Stanton, we got to stop this. The people you show say this is the people that control the Liberian economy. That is not true. Those are capitalists that we allow to control our economy. They don't control it. We allow them because we are refused to take our proper place as business people and Liberian citizens in this country. They're doing exactly what we allow them to do. You can't do that in Lebanon or Syria. So I don't blame them one bit. These people will make their profit because they're here to make their profit to our detriment because our leadership doesn't understand one thing, that for this country to grow, you must create Liberian millionaires. We have to create Liberian millionaires. If you don't want to do it, you're not ready. We'll be talking about all the boys. You'll be eating our lunch 24/7. My brother Kennedy, welcome to the show, bar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me, I'm not going to get into who read Joey post, who didn't. It's not that important right now with this discussion. But let's just go back to what we just heard before we go back to Paul Kennedy. Dr. Richardson. President Barker said today, not on my watch. The folks on the street in the market say, no, Mr. President, we are paying now $19. Where are we with this communication issue, Dr. Richardson?
The president saying not on his watch doesn't mean a lot because the people on the streets are feeling the pinch. So what I would have expected that meeting to involve a lot of questioning. Why are Liberians paying such a high price for rice? What goes into the capitalists, as Dwalu would like to call them, what goes into them making a bag of rice $17.50? What is it? Okay. And maybe if we begin to understand the process, then perhaps our president can walk backward. Say, okay, why do you guys pay $17 for rice in Guinea, Ivory Coast, or Lebanon? Why? What's happening in Liberia? Why does it have to be high? I know it's a political commodity. So that's the question. That's what I'd like to know the answer to.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kennedy, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, sir. The issue again about this rice thing, we are here discussing it. I think it's fair to say you have listened to the people on the street, the people that selling and buying. But today was shocking. The president sent the rice importers back to Amin Modal, the commerce minister. And the president said, not on my watch. But Mr. President, they started this thing since last week. Rice price is 19, 20 bucks. In 3 to 6 months, it will be $22.50. Paul Kennedy, talk to us, my brother.
You are listening to President.
Yes, good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening to our viewers. We are really glad to be here tonight. Look, CEO, since I was a kid, every year we have some challenges or some news about rice price. We have some news about rice price going up, and we try to figure out how do we man that. It's always going to happen and come back because uh, it's a residual thing. It comes back when the rice, when the importers bring the rice. It's difficult to man the price because the government actually selected few president. Yesterday I learned it was 5 who have control over few companies that have control over rice importation. The price of rice in different countries vary. It's not the same. There are several market forces that add to why the price of rice is high in Liberia, or why the price of rice is what it is in Liberia. Importation tariff, international ECOWAS tariff, port handling charges, and importation that come to the country. So
Yes.
the big deal is at this current moment, the country is challenged, and the president has to do 2 things. The first thing he has to do is to play the ball with the importers because they are playing hardball with him since they know that rice is a
Is that
security
from you,
commodity.
Paul? Is that your baby? Is that you that registered? Or is that Paul?
Yeah, it was me. So the commodity is that. Sorry,
We can come back to you. Let's come back to you, Paul. Thank you. Jackie, welcome to the show. We'll get back to you, Jackie. Let's bring in Mame. Mame, you go ask it, and we'll go to Sis Jackie.
Yeah, I was aligning my thoughts about this whole thing, and I want to paint the picture. Yes, since 1980, we've been in this cycle, and I want to speak to Liberians to be very careful with politicians, and the examples are out for them to look out for themselves. Since 1980, this rice issue has been an issue that politicians in and out of government use.
I beg you, Mame, please, allow me to interrupt. Jackie, you want to turn your TV off behind you? We don't want to get in an unforeseen expensive place. Thank you. Go ahead, Mame.
Politicians in and out of government use to gain political capital and use the people as pawn, but not to solve the problem. The 12 years Unity Party were in power, CDC were arguing, open the market for the price of rice to drop, reduce these fees so the price of rice can drop. Every time there were even 50-cent increment, CDC will organize protests. Their leaders will speak. 2018, fast forward, he gave CDC authority to govern. They now open the rice price. They now reduce the charges. And every time there was small day increment, United Party leaders will issue statement. I saw some of the posts yesterday CDC people were sharing. But there are also posts that CDC shared yesterday and day before yesterday. The president of each of these regimes will call these business people and have meeting with them. That has been a routine. Judy Bryan called rest importer, Ellen called rest importer, George Weah called rest importer, Joseph Walker is calling rest importer. That is not the solution. They know the solution, but they pretend as if they are in the interest of the people. So you will hear George Weah today talking as if he's in the interest of the people. But when he was president few months ago, he did not put in place the mechanism to be able to produce rest in the country or to reduce the price sustainably. That has been the problem. So what we want to tell our people is, do not listen to these people. Every Snow will say, oh, there's a cartel. We need to open the price. You are a lawmaker up to 18 years. What action have you taken on the floor legislative action to open the market? You will hear CDC lawmakers in the legislature coming on the radio to condemn the action and give recommendation, but they will not go in the Senate and put those recommendations on the floor to solve the problem sustainably. That's the problem. So as I do, other people, you come here, you say, President lie. George Weah, you can give your opinion and take George Weah from the lying Benny. George Weah carried a badge of dishonor for lying. Lie about his income so that he cannot provide his child the adequate support she needed. That's the man you want to talk about lying? Lie that he owned a farm in Sino that providing food and feeding the people of Sino. We can see it. But worst of all, lie about his child. Carry a badge of dishonor for neglecting his born child. And you come here, you want to use him as a yardstick to talk about who can lie, who can talk true. You're raising good points about how we can solve the rest issue. But don't bring George Weah as a moral a benchmark about who can talk true and who can lie. This man lied about his child. He lied about his income to deny his born child for just benefit. He carries a badge of dishonor for lying. And you want to use him as a measurement? Don't do that to us. Let's talk about right. We call on the CDC lawmakers. This is not about partisan. We call on the CDC lawmakers to go in our legislature, put on the floor a resolution to open the market. Put on the floor a policy recommendation to open the market. Increase budget for agricultural rice production. That's what we want. We don't want you sitting on the radio condemning things that you did not do the few days. It's wrong. Let's find sustainable solution to our problems and start renting around on radio station. We know the problem. Open the rice market. Make it free. Regulate. Let's do it. Let's go to the legislature and do it. And don't come on the radio to say it. Honorable Snow, on the radio yesterday, you were saying it. What stopped him from going in the legislature and putting on the floor a resolution to do it? He said there is a cartel. Thank God you know that there is a cartel. You are a lawmaker. What are you doing to break this cartel? On the radio, you can say, hey, go in the Senate. Some of the cartel. Deal with them. That's why we elected you. But you forget about all those things. You come on the radio and present yourself as the voice of the people, because everybody is weeding and dealing with these importers after 6 years. You we and deal with them today, tomorrow you we and deal with them. So nobody wants to take real action to solve the problem. They only want to talk on the radio and pretend as if they're in the interest of the people. We are is a badge of dishonor. He lied about his income to deny his child for just benefit. He cannot be the moral character to talk about lying truth.
Mommy.
So I will respond.
No, I will come to you. I'm coming to you, Isaac. I am coming to you. Hold on 1 minute.
Right.
Mommy. And listen, guys, we are not going to get personal to take us off. He talked about George Weah. You got to talk about whosoever he defended. He didn't attack your person. He attacked your leader. So we're not going to be shouting and insulting. But I got a question for Mommy.
Sure.
Why George Weah, child support, or ingratitude or lies have to do with $19 for the bank or 25 kg today? No. I remember my question, Duado, please. What I have to do with what we are talking about today?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I address what we need to do to address the rest issue. So, but when you want to present him,
as I'm coming to you, I beg you, answer. Let me answer my question.
Him as a moral character, because you said you talk about la. So I said, no, you cannot be the one telling her about lie when you carry a badge of dishonor for lying.
Okay,
so let's talk about the rest issue.
So you agree that we got to arrest Krause, right?
Sure.
Thank you. I said, let me give you a chance to respond, please.
Yeah, no, I'm not responding per se. I'm just saying my own.
Talk to us, then.
Right, good. It's a good thing to see how our friends were all smiling when this young little kid was talking about the child of another person. It is, you see them smiling, laughing. Listen, the first thing a person who wants to be embarrassed is to be very, very lie on their own personal life before you go to someone else. If you left from Liberia to go to school in America and you lied there to stay there, you should be the last person to talk about lying. You should be the last nothing to talk about who is honor all now.
Oh, so we're not going to be personal here. You talk about job. We are no. I said we're not going to get wait, guys. We have only one. We have one. No. We have one moderator. We have one moderator. I said Doe, Minister Doe.
Please give
With all due respect, all right. He never accused you, Asido, of lying.
I'm not talking about money.
No, listen. Let's talk about the issue. Right. You said Joseph Boakai lied, and he said Joe, we are lie. So let's come back to Joseph Boakai and Joe. We are nothing personal. So do not attack our person.
You will not bring it personal. You will not make it personal.
I want you to give
I am not talking about money. I'm not responding. You were talking, they are kept quiet. Oh, give me a chance now, brother. You're not going to make it personal. Stand on. I told you on the show, I had to respond to people. I'm not responding to my man. The only thing I said was, I enjoy how you were talking to another man's kid, and our friends were all smiling. That's what I said. And I'm saying, I'm not responding to the brother. I don't have the place to respond to him. You and I know George Weah and Mame, they are not in 1 billion apart basket. No. Even the grandkids to George Weah and Mame not in the same basket. So I don't respond to him. I'm not responding to him.
Let's get on the rest issue now. Let's talk about the issue.
Brother, talk for 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Look at it. Let me continue my thing. Again, that's the least time a person should talk about lying. The least. Where you are not even truthful to your own personal life. Then I don't think you are in a position to talk about it. Now let's come to what matters in our country life. Again, Stanton, you just play a recording of human beings, God's creation, human beings on the planet, saying how much they bought the rice. The president said not only he watch the price will go up. So the people in the market lie or someone else lying. What is the argument about? You just play clip. This is not me buying rice. The common people, they're the one we're talking. And like I said again, to make it easy, let's collect money, send it to Brother Eduardo, then he come to me, let's go buy rice in the market now. We can make this as simple as possible. And Brother Eduardo said, the government can lie, man. Don't believe in me now. Listen to Kula Fofana, Gambia or Guinea-Bissau sampling. Listen to Madam Cooper, Equa sampling. Listen to the information minister. I will not say who sent a plea because of security reason. And let me remind you, when President Weah took over as president of this country, 1 bag of 25 kg rice was sold at $16. I posted a front page Africa article in our chat room. When President Weah took over, January 22, 2018, it was $16. Up to February, rice price came down to $13. My people, Mary Mandali in heaven did not fall from heaven to come and make it $13. Things happen. So on average, President Weah's government over.
So let's move on, I say.
No, stand on.
But I said we gotta go. I said you are spoken a lot.
Over 6 years, UNE increased the price of rice on average by $1. $1 from $16, $13, $17. Average $1. So if you want to really talk about person with an idea to bring solution, one who have taught the agriculturist, who's been in government for over 50 years, who be coming with the solutions. You know who had that? President Weah.
Thank you, Asito. Thank you, Asito. We'll get back to you. Sis Jackie, come on, talk to us. Conan Gray, welcome to the show. We have not seen you in a while. We hope you're okay. Jackie, continue the conversation.
Wow. First of all, hello to everyone, the panelists, to Liberians in Liberia and abroad. I'm glad we're talking about this sensitive matter, rice, which is our staple food. But I'm listening to Isaac, and it's very, very interesting when he says that President Weah had the answer to dealing with our staple food, which is far, far, far from the truth. Um, the rise in prices for rice. Of course, we know that there was a turnover note, and President Weah did not deal with that matter because the rice importers went to him, to his administration, to talk about this matter, to address this issue, and it was never addressed. They said that there was going to be some in the tune of about $20 million to help with the subsidy of rice. That money never reached the rice importers as
It
part
was
of the solution.
22 million. 22 million.
22 million exactly. It never reached the rice importers. Thus, the problem that this administration is facing today. So, if anything, President Weah did not deal with the issue. He failed election. Being re-elected was more important than to take care of the Liberian people and the needs of the Liberian people. So he passed the buck on to the new administration, which we are dealing with today. Yes, Isaac, you said that the president, he has been Minister of Agriculture and was Managing Director for LPMC. Um, and he knows what to do. The government, yes, is new, but he knows what to do. And he did some of that today. And he will continue to do so because under President Boyka, the exportation of rice increased while the importation of rice decreased when he was head of LPMC. So we will look forward to that happening during his tenure, this tenure, and that will happen at some point as he carries out his arrest agenda, particularly under the agriculture platform. But it is sad that we have to be dealing with the dysfunctional operating activities under the WIA government, but it takes time. We're not going to continue to point them out, but we must talk the truth and speak the truth because the Liberian people know the truth, but we explain to them in details what has been happening. I heard Mohammed speak earlier and he said a lot, which is true. The president, he was not honest with the Liberian people, but we plan to be honest. We plan to be open to the with the Liberian people, and we plan to make sure this rescue team plans to make sure that we do not hurt the pockets of the poor Liberians out there because they suffer too long under the WIA years. And the last thing this government will do is to have unnecessary increase in commodities that will hurt the average Liberian home out there. So solutions are being put on the table. The commerce minister, I think Stanton, he's coming tomorrow, right? I think he's still scheduled to come here tomorrow. He will explain these things in detail. But Isaac, while we have you here, since you talking so much, please help us understand what happened to that $22 million that the Liberian government have put forth to help to deal with the rice situation, make sure that we had enough reserve, and to also make sure that the price of rice was reduced and did not go up. Nobody knows what happened to that $22 million. So they're going in the pocket of George Weah and his people. So please help us explain that. But in the meantime, the rescue team, the commerce minister, and the president, they are dealing with this situation. And it's good news today coming out of the office of the president that there will be no increase in the price of rice. So, and just to add to that, I think I agree with Mohammed. We need to open up the market because in a competitive market, eventually the consumers win. The price of commodity tend to drop because the more you open up the market, under our Liberianization policy, I will also, as a citizen, like to see more Liberians participate in the importation of rice, and also that there will be adequate funding because I challenged Senator Snow yesterday that as a legislator, that there will be something put on the floor to empower our farmers so that we start to mass produce our rice. We are only 5 million in that country. There is no reason why Liberia cannot produce enough rice for it to feed itself and possibly try to export it to other countries as well. And I know under this rescue government, those processes will begin to see that very, very soon.
So how about go to Fadiga and then Remy Grace since Center is not here.
Well, this Liberia probably had to talk. He had to
Well,
talk. I mean,
before you come in, we should tell a relationship the truth, huh?
yeah, yeah, no, my man Isaac
By
has a
alarm.
relationship with the truth. So that one is it is a fact. But I will leave my man Isaac. Why you not say that we tie? He comfortable right now. So I don't want to agitate him. But honestly, Doc, the story had to tell. I think there are common sense approach to solving a lot of our problems, but somehow government, I don't know whether it's deliberate. I'm trying to calibrate my words here, but I think it's deliberate. I think people just don't want to solve problems in this country. Seriously, people just don't want to solve problems. 20 million here there, with 5 million, get everybody 1 million. Then 5 million for all of the 20 million, then we just solve the problem. Everybody millionaire, we just spending money. Because I do not understand some of the money that we spend in this country and where and how we just waste government money. Look, it's about time. I heard say the commerce minister will going to India. One person need to go to India, check on the price of the per metric ton. In fact, that's not even that's just a small part of the thing. Dwalu said something earlier. I was listening coming when I was driving because of the politicization of rice in Liberia. Because this is a national security issue, I think it's about time government take charge of the rice importation. The few people that are getting rich and the Liberian people suffering. Look, we eat money from the Liberian or people all kinds of way. There are so many money people eat in government that doesn't reach to the Liberian people. If we can just do rice. I remember doing the theater, I'll get to that theater time. Look, take that money, import rice, put a stockpile of rice, stabilize the price of rice on the market. All those other people in red business, not cool, get all of the business. And you're not making enough money, get all of the business. Bring that rice in, pass the saving on to the farmers until we can get our farmers working and government take their hand for in it. Let us build our farm. With that money there, we stabilize the market for a short while, and then we build until we build our farm. Taylor Town rice was cheap. Now the only thing people can get chances of credit for rice. How you
I
get
beg you, Fadiga, let me interrupt you. We have Chief Cyril Allen in the back, Mr. Dwalu. Can you please take the producer's seat? I'm calling Nelson, he's not answering.
Okay.
For me to bring in Chief Cyril Allen. Just sit on Nelson's seat and come on.
Okay.
So, yes, then we'll have a room. I don't want to remove anyone. So, folks, can you please cut this very short? We have to bring in Chief Cyril Allen. And I want to hear from Conor Gray before I bring in Chief Cyril Allen. So,
let Conor Gray go.
Thank you.
Remy, go ahead.
Conor Gray, talk to us.
Shoot on sight.
Hello, everyone. We we're one of the only countries that don't produce, but yet expect the sale of what we don't produce to be cheaper always. If you go in the store today here in the United States, where they pay farmers to stop producing, everything there has gone up by probably $2 or $3. Everything. Here they stop farmers from producing because there's so much food. They stop them. But we don't produce anything. Yet people expect Indian people to plant their food in this global pandemic situation that we face as a global community, where everybody feeling the pinch because Ukraine and Russia there, Israel and the other people on this side. So the market itself is volatile. Folks don't even understand how some of these things work. Will come in and say politicize everything. If somebody came to power and had taken this situation by the horn, by now we'll be producing lots of food. And I expect that Ambassador Boyka will change that dependency on Indians to produce for us to eat. Our staple food is shameful. Look around the region. Ghana produces its own food. They're staple. Go to Nigeria. Go everywhere. We are the only one who make noise about this rice, rice, rice all the time. Yet when we get there, the interest is not about making us self-sufficient. Rather, we're still thinking about who imports more and sell less. That's not a solution. And I'm pretty sure that Ambassador Boakai or President Boakai will solve this problem once and for all. You know what? These people are looking for their got you moment. That's all. You know, you come here to can't talk about somebody spent 6 years in office, rice went up by $1 or $2. It's that look at the kind of trivial thing that people pushing. Yes, rice is a staple food. It's a political commodity as well. It has the potential, the propensity to spur political discord. But you know what? The suffering Liberians went through for the last 6 years is nothing compared to this $1 or $2 that our staple food is up by. But I expect the Minister of Commerce to grab this thing by the horn, because you know what? He was one of those also who came here and was thinking that during President Weah's time, this issue was not handled. So he's there now, he's in the driver's seat. We're not going to kick the can down the road. Let's see whether we can empower our farmers, and together we solve this issue once and for all, instead of depending on Indians to feed us. That's shameful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Chief Cyril Allen. Thank you very much. Nelson, if you can hear me, you need to answer the phone, please. If you can hear me, let me welcome to the show Chief Cyril Allen. It's good to have you, sir. How you doing today? Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Good evening to all. Good evening to the listening audience. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you very much for the invite. I'm listening to you and I'm monitoring, and I hope all is well on that side.
Good. You got some feedback coming from your end. Are you watching the show? Can you lower the
Yes, I
volume,
am.
please? Can you just mute the volume from the device you're watching from?
On the device?
Are you listening? Can you, okay. Do you have your radio on?
No? Well, I have. Am I okay now?
Can you turn off what you have on and just listen to us from your computer, please? It's good. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I know. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
So we're good now. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. I said good evening. Good evening to all the panelists, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And I hope the listening audience are out there. Well, I want to tell all you thank you also for following Spoon.
As always, we're happy whenever we receive you. We ask you to come on. You accept our invite. So it's good to have you, Chief Cyril Allen. Thank you for joining Spoon tonight. You know,
thank you.
Everyone here part of Spoon, with Dr. Richardson, Sister Jackie, and the rest of the guys, we want to say you are very welcome. Let's start with the issue you met us discussing, rice increase, the situation. You are not a stranger to this, believing that you are a father to us when we talk about age. You've been in the dungeon. You know how this thing started, 1979 up to today. But something took place, Chief Cyril Allen. Yesterday, the Commerce Minister came and announced that there will be an increase in rice, $18.50. Today, the president said, not on my watch. We send our guys on the field, the team from the network, and they are saying that rice price is $19. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's hear you, and allow the Liberian people to hear you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I've been following you on the issue of the rice. You know, your invitation was strictly connected to my political party and interests. But let me come in as an experienced businessman, one, and as a rice producer also. I'm one of the biggest producer of rice in this country. I produce over 300 bags of rice every 3 months in my community. But basically, let's go to in order to solve a problem at a national level, you have to solve it from the root. The root of the issue is very clear and distinct. There's too much tariff in between. There are too many charges level on the attached to the rice business. They have to now, government have to make the sacrifice to be able to lose some of that tariff in the interest of the citizenry of the country. Yes, it is true that on international pricing, there are a few cents added to the price of a bag of rice. But the storage, the stevedoring, the government benefit also tells a story. If the government is prepared to make a political sacrifice for and on behalf of the people of Liberia, it is easy. That $2 can be knocked off because there's so much. There are so many charges. Look at the port charges. Look at the handling fees. Look at the warehousing. The importers have to get giant warehouses, and they're expensive in the port. So some of these things handled by government. Let's not shift blame so much and try to make government look bad. All the time, people try to make government look bad when it comes to these things. But I'm not here to politicize it. I mean, I'm more concerned about how we manage our economy. We can lift tariff on other luxury goods and reduce the tariff, the handling fees and charges. There are too many intermediaries. I tell you why we're able to keep rice at $12 during the Taylor administration. What we did was to set up an oligopoly. I heard you trying to make mention of that last night. We set up an oligopoly where we had an understanding with American long grain in the United States, and we identified 5 major importers: 3 Lebanese and East Indian, and 2 Liberian importers. Today, the Liberians still millionaires. Futa and I think it was Chapman Logan and Lawrence Doe. We did that also with the frozen food. We set up an oligopoly where you had 3 fishing companies and 2 Liberian importers. What we did was to import bulk. The larger the volume, the lower the freight. We are bringing in 300 metric tons of frozen food in the country every month, distributed between and amongst 5 importers. They pool the funds. And when the volume is high like that, we're able to save $70 on each ton. So the price remained at $12 a carton, and there was no damage, there was no rotting fish or shrimp because it came from one source, and the government was able to collect its revenue from one major source, which was the oligopoly. The oligopoly. So we can design that kind of strategy. The experts in the rice planning and whatnot are still in Liberia. You have people like Steve Marvey. You have Roland Morris. These are people who have been at the Commerce Ministry. You know, sometimes when government change, we have a tendency to move some very essential elements that work within our political cycle because of political reasons. But there are experts in every area in our country, in the mining sector, in every sector, the agriculture sector. President Boka will tell you that he was chairman of the board for the Lofa County Agriculture Development Project. We had 3 major projects. We had the Nima County Development Project, Agriculture Development Project. We had the Bong County one under Young, and the Lofa County Agriculture Development Project under Jeremiah Tule. At that time, I think President Boka served at LPMC as managing director. It was quite easy to manage because there was competition. The agricultural development projects cleared thousands of acres of land and planted hundreds and hundreds of acres of rice. and other agricultural products that came down on trucks. They had yellow machines. They have thousands of workers at these various development projects. We can initiate the same concept. I think the agriculture in the arrest agenda, I thought that President Broka would focus on that because it is very important and essential. If you make a pronouncement today that there will be massive investment in the agricultural sector for rice cultivation and planting and paddy rice and producing seed rice, you have you have the importers jittery because one, the quality of rice that's produced in Liberia is better than the rice, and two, you will create a lot of employment and you have competition. The broader the competition, the cheaper the prices. It happened with the telephone thing. There was one company charging $60 for one SIM card. When we opened the line, opened the market during the Moses Blah administration, for the 2 months, we opened the line and brought in Celcom. Immediately, the price of a SIM card dropped to $10. So we have to look at these things objectively. And our legislators also, I'm happy that Edwin is here, Senator Snow is here, and they have to make some sacrifices in there also. You cannot spend $300 million a year giving it to foreign importers of rice, especially when you know that if you invest $50 million in rice cultivation with yellow machines and clearing and forwarding and swam, hundreds of acres, you can do swam and upland rice. Luckily now, the type of species that were designed at Cary go for 2 months. I harvest rice every 2 months in the country. You don't have to plant the rice. We don't have to wait for 90 days for a vessel to come from India with 200 metric tons or 1,000 metric tons of rice. We can plant rice here. It grows in 2 months, in 60 days. You can have it. I harvest every 60 days. And the Ministry of Agriculture can tell you I buy seeds from Cary also and from the cooperatives. So we can plant sufficient rice here to compete. And better quality rice. The JFK hospital will tell you, Dr. Allen, they buy rice from me for the diabetic patients and the high blood pressure patient. Red rice. I produce red Liberian rice. So I think that the government got to make some sacrifice and take some initiative to try to help the situation.
How much do you sell your 25 kg, sir?
My 25 kg is anywhere between $20 and $22. That's the cost of production.
And so you are selling over what the importers will be selling. $19 they are selling right now, right?
Well, definitely, because of the quality.
Thank you.
But I can tell you that it is possible. It is possible to produce the rice at $16, the red rice at $16. But then you have overheads too. So you have to look at that. With the cost of production, if we look at the cost of the import, when the rice is coming from India, it arrives in Liberia maybe at $12 or $11 a bag, and you have $6 of tariff on top of that.
Cyril Allen, before I bring the guys in, starting with Dr. Richardson, I want to ask you about this. Can you see this breakdown that I just put up? Are you seeing it?
Yes, that's the tariff, right?
That's the analysis sheet that was given, the cost sheet that I came in, and they're saying that, listen, the CIF per metric ton is $640. All the breakdown will bring it up to $754.
The shoe is frozen?
No, it's not.
Per metric ton?
Yes, per metric ton, sir.
Yes, but if you have it at that, now that's what I'm telling you about, that the national government have to take some initiative and make some sacrifices to cut off some of these unnecessary tariffs. All these expenses that are building up at the port, they have to stop. They have to take some.
What would be your suggestion here to Cyril Allen? APM terminal, $14.85.
I think that's on the high side.
We are looking at unforeseen expenses. Overhead expenses, that's another $45.
Yes.
So I just want to bring this to your attention that the reason why they are saying that they must charge $18 50 cents or $18.86 because a lot of other situation. Now people are asking who eating this money? Who are the
Yeah,
driving
but
forces here that
let me
was
tell you,
forcing Liberian people to they are spending right now $19. Though the president said not on my watch, but the rest bag out there right now, wholesale is $19, and they will be spending $20 just on retail. So who should we believe? Who calling the shot?
well, you have to believe the importers, the schemers. Like someone said last night, it's a cartel, and it's like so say one and so say all. There are various quality of rice on the market. You'll be surprised at some of the plastic rice that they have on the market here that are damaging the health of our people. It's substandard simply because Liberians like rice and they know that it's our staple food, and people will go out of their way to buy rice. Everybody can bring in any quality of rice. If you standardize the quality and increase the volume and broaden the market, reduce the tariff, you definitely can sell rice under $16 a bag.
Dr. Richardson?
Well, the show, Mr. Allen. Um, I heard you say that you guys had an oligopoly during the Charles Taylor era, and you seem to speak well about it. Uh, what made you think that it worked?
Where it worked?
Yeah, why did it work?
It worked because there was control, and the government made a sacrifice to earn, I think, $1.15 on each bag, and diverted tariff on other essential other goods. That's why it worked, and you have to monitor them. I mean, the people I don't know whether they were afraid, but they had to comply with the conditions that were given by government. There's no way that you would just come in the country and do what you want to do. It is good that the government will control these things and make sure that these people don't go out of the way, because there's a lot of hoarding. Now that the government is talking about reducing the benefits of the importers, they're going to start hoarding the rice. Now, the rice for a long time, it becomes poison. I mean, it begin to expire, and our people will buy it anyway because they have to eat rice, and people start getting sick. So the hoarding thing has to be checked by the government. You have tough people at the Ministry of Commerce. You have to use them. You have to use the young people to achieve your objective. All this bureaucracy at the ministerial level, and these meetings and these seminars and these capacity building things are really taking a lot of toll on our people. We have to use the experts. They are all in these ministries and agencies, and they've been working for years. You have to identify them and use them effectively to curb some of these things. But every government come in, bring a new group of people who come in to try to fill their pockets and try to pressure the poor people. Like in the States, have somebody sending them money, but a poor person in Liberia will not be able to do that. They cannot afford that price. In fact, it will cut into several budgets. So once we multiply and increase the production of rice in our country, give extraordinary incentive to farmers to produce good quality rice, we one step ahead. But we have to solve this problem from the root. We have bickered about this problem for so many years. Every government come in, they talk about rice. Every situation. Now people are just stabbing the Boca government because of rice business. But they can solve it. The government just have to make some sacrifices, and the legislators. Well, a lady spoke very strongly to legislators last night, and I really appreciated her comments about the sacrifices that they have to make to ensure that we have a smooth sailing economy. On top of it, and they have to make some sacrifices for the benefit of the people of this country. I think it's very important that they make some, yeah, that they take
Thank,
some actions.
thank you. You sort of mentioned this, but how do you react to the fact that Mr. President Parker is saying that not on his watch, the price of rice is not increasing, but then on the streets, we see that the people are saying that the price of rice is increasing. What do you make of that? You alluded to that a little bit.
He has no control over that. Absolutely, there's no way that he can bring down the price of rice just by making a statement. They have to take some actions. It has to be very, very potent actions to ensure that people don't go above the mark of that. But there's no way that they can control these prices, because any little small thing that happens in the world, don't let it get worse when people begin to travel, when the Suez Canal is black and people begin to travel the Cape of Good Hope down in.
Oh, we lost you. Your internet.
I'm
It
on.
was Mame next. We lost you for a second, Mr. Allen, but Mame.
Yeah, I think we've said a lot about this. I mean, I will go back to the way the information was disseminated. I found serious fundamental problem with the Minister of Commerce announcing or conceding to the rice importers on their prices, on their charges. Some of the charges they have there, like $30 administrative, I think $30 overhead, and one other fee, almost the same, duplicating each other. And you couldn't read through the lines to establish and push them further, but to concede that the government cannot do anything. One thing we're missing on these charges is that all these charges we see on this sheet are not government charges. These are projections made by the importers. They are saying these are the costs that we incur. These are not government charges. These are not all government charges. But the narrative that is going out there is these are government charges, and government should cut down on the charges to be able to reduce the price of rice. But these are not all government charges. Somebody is telling you about the administrative costs and telling you that they spend $30 US on administrative costs for one bag of rice. How reasonable is that? The entire spreadsheet you see there is calculating a expense on the price of rice. So you're telling me that you spend $30 US at administrative costs for one bag of rice is unreasonable.
1 ton.
It's
A metric
unreasonable.
ton.
Well, no, not is that metric ton they're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, not a
Okay.
bag.
Those
Okay,
charges are per metric ton.
Okay, so if you're telling me you're spending $30, met $30 administrative cost, then you have another one that you call unforeseen expense. These are things that the ministry and other people should look down, critically be thorough about, rather than to just
Exactly.
go a press conference and concede that the government cannot
Yes.
do nothing. Then in less than 24 hours, the president is announcing to the country that, oh no, the rice price will not increase. I see that as a serious error that needs to be corrected. We cannot be giving two different policy decisions on one issue in less than 24 hours. Lack of
Yes.
coordination is the problem. We need to fix that. We need to fix that. But the long-term solution is what we all here have said, and I will keep, not keep saying it over and over. People will use the right issue for politics. They know the
Yes.
solution. They sit in the legislature, they sit in the executive, they take no action, they do nothing. But they will come on the show, they will come on the radio and espouse all these recommendations and say all
Yeah.
these good things. But we entrust you with power and authority to make decisions to solve these problems. You don't use the power and authority to do it, but you succumb those power and authority to a talk show and explain all the good ideas. But you go back in the legislature where you should take action, you take no action. After 6 years, you come back in opposition, like the Unity Party, you criticize the decision. After 12 years, CDC comes back in opposition and criticize the decision. That's not the sustainable solution. So we're calling on our people, don't be carried away. Do not be carried away by these flimsy advocacies. Do not be carried away because they're not solving your problem. They're using you as pawn. They're using your desperate situation to get rest as a pawn to gain political capital. Don't listen to them. If they call a rally at the legislature, if CDC lawmaker, a Honorable Snow from Bombay County and other people call a rally at the legislature calling for the government to open the rice market and they provide reasonable justification, go and join that rally. It makes sense. If they're calling for the government to increase budgetary allocation for rice production, go there and support it. But they will not do it. They will only
Can I come in? Can I come in a little bit?
Yeah, let me learn first.
Okay, please go on. I wanted to just press. Go on.
So until they can take reasonable action to solve the problem, don't listen to their flimsy advocacy. Don't listen to their call. They're not trying to solve your problem. They're only using your problem to gain political capital. The solution for our problem is in the legislature, is at the executive. People who there should take action to do it.
I just wanted to mention that the danger in an open market, also, you have to look at that, because once the major importers see that the market is so free and open, there'll be a tendency for them to hoard their imports. And when they hoard their imports, there's scarcity. And when there's scarcity, there's controversy. So you have to watch the series of events. But I like your point that the government you cannot have a ministerial expense of people who are sitting in warehouses. I'm sorry to say that, but Lebanese and East Indian who have no basic academic qualification are being paid thousands of dollars monthly because they are mining warehouses and loading trucks and trailers to carry rice. That's the way you call it, administrative expenses. There's nothing more than that in the management of the movement of rice. I just wanted to make that point. It is unreasonable for the government to encourage these companies, these importers, to continue charging these huge overheads against the interest of the people of our country. It is unacceptable. The government got to put their foot down and make sure that you cannot put $30 per metric tons for administrative expenses. Why not $15? Why not $10? What are you doing to pay $30 per metric ton? So I think that that's where we succeeded in getting it, is that they were either afraid or that the government was strong enough, or the pronouncement of the president was strong enough that people won't make that mistake to put those kind of unnecessary and unreasonable overheads to our national staple food. It is very important that we make some sacrifices and get rid of that. Too much money.
Yeah, how you doing, Chief Siri Allen?
Good evening, my brother Isaac.
Yeah, so I know from the CDC you are one of the few persons I don't personally know, but it's good to talk to you. I got two questions, one on the rice issue and then the other one on the issue of your party, of the NPP. The first off, Chief, I agree with you. Words don't mean a thing. Actions do. So, once upon a time, now, it is not as if everything was bread and butter, not at all. But I want us to be fair on the issue of actions. Once upon a time, for some 5 years, from 2018 to 2022, rice in this country was sold as $13. Yes. Prior to that, it was $16. In my mind, that meant voice did not bring it down to $13. Actions do. Now, one of the things you may want to look at, the demurrage, for instance, is at $15 per metric ton. That says how long, the ship stays before they upload it. Government can come and say, you know what, let's make this fast so we don't incur $15, but incur $10. So we reduce the price. You look at the financing charge, for instance, probably those who bring in the rest take money from the bank and stuff to actually import their rest, and they have to pay back when the interest on it. You can negotiate somewhere. Instead of 3.5% financial charge, it will begin at 1.9. It will reduce it. You look at the overhead costs, for instance, that are costs of doing business, though, but not directly connected to the product. How you buy your sheet, how you do your printer, and all of these costs. Listen, it's $30 per metric ton. Where can we look at to bring it at $20? Like, you have to take practical decisions and actions, not words. In my mind, that's the only way you can have the people fueling your impact. But no one, I don't know if you agree with me, no one can sit and dictate to business people that you can't sell your thing this price. The man will have to sell his things based on the price he's incurred. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, I agree with you, but market forces can also determine the prices of commodities. That's the most important factor. Right. And you have to look at the market forces. With a broadened market, and we're expediting, for example, you have the breakwaters. Sometimes the vessel come in and they don't have, the stevedore companies do not have enough equipment to offload those vessels quickly. And there's demurrage. Those things are all the unforeseen unforeseen expenses that they are putting in there. So we now have to make the sacrifices to ensure that these vessels are given extraordinary incentive and priority to discharge early, depart early, and then the clearing and forwarding from inside the port through the stevedore companies is expedited. These are some of the areas that you can reduce the type of charges that are coming on top of the each bag of rice. The same problem with the petroleum. I don't know. We should discuss this thing broadly because the same thing with the petroleum. The Liberia Petroleum Refinery Company have the exclusive right to import petroleum product and distribute, but they franchise that extraordinary incentive they have by statute to a Lebanese or each importer. And they have to charge expensive overheads when they bring the commodity in. You pay storage to the LPRC for the tanks that belong to the Liberian people and the LPRC. That storage that they pay is included on the price per gallon. So we are suffering our people in many ways by not performing our duties and functions under our statute, particularly government establishment. Years ago, President Borkai, at the time at LPMC, gave me and my company, me and my partners, the right to import American long grain from continental long grain in the United States. And he would tell you that it worked very well because we're Liberians. We went to the Agriculture and Cooperative Development Bank. Winston Tapper was there, and we generated the type of money and opened the letter of credit that was necessary to bring in the PF480 rice. We brought it in. I think rice at the time was sold for $11 because we had extraordinary incentive for clearing. We had absolutely no tariff for warehousing, and then we did not have intermediary because some of the administrative expenses you're talking about are these clearing and forwarding agents who charge astronomical fees for handling these things. So we have to also look at all these things. There are ways that the national government can get involved and curb some of these unnecessary expenses and reduce the price of a bag of rice on the market. The government can make those kind of sacrifices. Legislators and the executive branch of government together should work and make sure it happens.
So who's next?
The next question, Isaac. Isaac have another question.
Oh, okay.
Please go on, Isaac.
Thank you. I agree. And let me also state on the show for the record, we've also gotten word from those producing and selling cement that the cement price is most likely to increase by about 50 cents by the end of this month. And we are hoping that our Commerce Ministry people can start doing something now. Because by the end of this month or the first week in next month, based on what we gather, there should be some increase in the price of cement again. So to my second question on the issue of
can I say something to that cement issue very quick? I say you continue with your second question. It is true. I mean, we'll be addressing it on the show tomorrow. I was able to speak. And the cement issue that is coming up, the rumors out there, I mean, if he's fully aware, he promised to address the cement situation, and he will inform the Liberian people where the Liberian government position is when you talk about cement. So thank you for bringing it up, and I don't want people to think that you just telling a story. I was able to speak to Ami. There is no cement increase yet, but he'll be addressing those situations surrounding cement. Thank you. Go ahead, Isaac.
And everything I've said comes to benefits. But to the NPP, Chief Siri Allen, like I said, I don't personally know you, but I must be real. You are one person who, in my mind, have stood the test of time with the collaboration with the CDC. I thought, there may have been issues here and there, but you were committed. And I know the time frame for the collaboration between the CDC and the NPP, I think has elapsed or something, and the NPP may be looking at other directions, which of course, is a fair game within a political dispensation. But with all you've done, you've supported the past government, and I thought you were very much into the support of the government. I've listened to you many times, responding to a lot of fake news all around the places, and I must appreciate you for that. Now that the NPP is looking other ways. Now, add to that, how are you guys, like you, Senator Bani, and the rest of the people, with your former standard bearer, or Joel Howard Taylor, and also will you anytime be open to yet another collaboration with the CDC based on discussions between equals and see how the wheel can be reinvented and what role can we take. Can that ever be a possibility from your own angle?
And that's a compound question. But let me make attempt to respond to it in stages. One, yeah, I will deal with the first one. You said that yes, the coalition agreement has expired, and there is a possibility of it being renewed, depending on the prevailing circumstances. But this is a major decision of the hierarchy of the party, of the National Executive Committee. It was a convention initially that endorsed in 2016 the coalition. And then in 2023, it was the National Executive Committee through a two-third majority resolution that supported the idea of a coalition. Now that and you know what a coalition government is, a government of participation of all parties. Yeah. And then when you have the type of situation that we had with one party virtually dominating the national government to the negative results of the coalition itself, you expect that there will be quite a number of partisans in the MPP that will be thinking about maintaining the independence of the party and opening the corridors for political negotiations in the future. But as it is now, the determination of the MPP is strictly to remain and build a structure. We have to go back to where our structure was as a consolidated political party in the 73 constituencies of the country, and try to rebuild our structure and maintain our independence until such a time as a determination is made to collaborate or to coordinate with other political parties. That is where we are now. And the relationship with our political leaders and former standard bearer, Madam Joy Howard Taylor, is still very, very rosy, and a determination will be made as regards to political leadership at the next party convention. She is still our leader. We consider her that, and we give her all support and admiration for her performance over the past 6 years. And there's nothing to think about besides maintaining your structure, maintaining your independence, and continue to coordinate and collaborate with the Congress and other members of the coalition for future.
So if she stayed your political leader, why she was improperly invited to your program?
She was invited. She was invited.
She was invited improperly.
Yes. Well, what is proper? Proper is an
Proper,
information
you send
from the
an open letter of invite, but you send a text message, but then send an open letter of invite.
Please, Stanton, you don't have to invite a political leader to a party function. It's not written. It's not by letter writing. It is by contact, by communication. And I think it was just that she was out of the country. Whether she was in the country, if she was in the country, she would have attended. And don't let people tell you things that are untrue.
The Edison said it on the show. He said you guys invited her improperly.
The position. Let's go back to the position of the standard bearership. The standard bearer of the party serves for 2 terms, 2 6-year terms, and Madam Taylor has successfully served a 2 6-year term. And at the next convention, a decision will be made about the leadership of the party.
So are you saying she's not the standard bearer, or she's the standard bearer?
Well, all the positions in the party have expired. Their tenure have expired.
She's not a standard bearer, sir.
Standard bearer tenure is also expired. She had 2 6-year terms.
So she's not a standard bearer, sir.
Well, she is the standard bearer until another party leader is.
Her term is expired. How can she be in? It's like I was trying to remember my I am in. I am in. Go on. Is he to go on? No, he is to go in. On we go. So why are we, when it comes to the on we go with Joe Howard Taylor?
The understanding is very clear in the party that all party elected officials stay on until our next convention, because we did not have a convention in 2022. We did not have a convention. Our convention did not end, where the results of the convention were not palatable to the National Election Commission. So all party officials remain where they are until we have a national convention. And the executive committee within the next 2 weeks will decide on the date of a national convention,
Is
and
she
then we
still
take
the
it
vice
from there.
standard bearer to CDC?
I'm certain she's the vice standard bearer of the coalition.
Do you still have a coalition, sir?
There is a coalition until there is a determination by, you see, when political parties go to convention and the convention decides whether or not to continue, then you
In
can
all cases,
think about that.
CPP broke apart. They didn't vote for our next convention. Cummings
Well,
came in the
it's their
and he said
business. We are a mature political party, and we're a respectable party, and we honor our obligations. We honor our signatures. When we sign and attach ourselves to a collaboration or a coordination with a political party, we remain there. We don't abscond or abandon in midstream. We wait for the proper political decisions to be made before we pronounce our action. The other day, it was pronounced that the MPP is contemplating that. Several speakers at the opening of the party headquarters mentioned that it is being discussed by the partisans and the party leaders all over the country. But a decision will be made by a 2/3 majority vote. It's not a decision by one or two people, and MPP is not a party that one small little fraction or one or two can carry. MPP is a broad-based political structure that's set up in all the nooks and corners of this country. And you cannot go and pronounce support for an institution and have another group of partisans in Maryland or Grand Jury pronouncing that we don't agree with that. So the leadership will have to act on the basis of a 2/3 majority from a convention, and that would be considered as an action. And the election commission will be informed by way of a resolution.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Jackie, is that you? Or you asked already? Who's next?
No, I haven't asked. I haven't asked.
Fadiga hands are up.
Fadiga, let Jackie go.
Fadiga hands up.
How are you, Chief? I will come. Let Jackie go. Ladies first. Go.
Good evening.
Jackie.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you.
Fadiga.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Allen. It's good to see you on the show.
Thank you.
I am so glad that you talked about your experience when it comes to you being a vendor at one time, importing rice, being a rice importer, and now you are also a farmer.
I'm a
In
producer,
addition
yeah.
to that, you farm rice, right? You grow rice.
Yes, I produce rice, yes.
Okay. In addition to that, you have been instrumental during the Taylor years, which you explained the rice situation, and also part of the coalition, not just part of the coalition, but you were also part of the government, the We Are led government. So my question to you is this: you've provided a lot of solutions to dealing with the rice situation in Liberia. And that makes me wonder, why is it, did you ever advise President Weah on how to deal with the rice situation, which of course we know is our staple food and is a serious or crucial situation in Liberia. Unfortunately, the situation with the rice was not handled properly under the We Are led government. And the rice importers, as you know, did notify the We Are led government about the potential rice increase, which apparently seems like it was not dealt with. And also the money that was allocated to a subsidy for to work with the rice importers, the $22 million. Can you please expand to that as to what happened to that money, and what was the advice that you gave President Weah, and why is it that we didn't have an increase in rice production in the country to decrease the rice, the importation of rice? Were there solutions that you offered? And if you did, what happened to that?
Well, the prevailing situation with the rice import is I just explained that. I explained that very clearly and
No,
distinctly
yes,
that
clean paper, yes. You didn't explain. We are yes.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
it's not.
See,
I don't think. I think we should be preoccupied thinking about what we can do now to make the situation better. What happened in the past was determined. You can see for that from the result of the elections. So we come now to a brand new day with a brand new political administration in. Let's look at the prevailing situation now and try to make some stern actions between the legislative branch of government and the executive branch of government to remove some of these unnecessary overheads and to encourage our importers to reduce some of those unnecessary charges, including port and our operators in the stevedoring and the port handling to try to reduce some of those charges. It can be done. It has been. It could have been done during the WEA administration also, but as you see, as you say, and you can advise, and people have to make a determination. The political will is very important in decision making, particularly for and on behalf of the citizens of the country. Our party motto was above all else the people. That's why we're able to keep the price of rice stable, depriving the national government and some of these international partners we had in the port business, of denying them some of the huge profits that they intended to make from the rice market. You have to reduce their profit and give them surety that and give them continuity. Because if you give them time, they will eventually earn the money. But we cannot let them threaten us or tie our hands and our feet and our people suffer. We should take some actions, and definite actions can be taken.
So, do you have any feedback regarding the $22 million that was to go as subsidy to help out with the
If
rice
I
issue?
if I was involved in that decision, if I had anything, I was not advising at that level. I want to make that clear also. But if I was advising, I wouldn't give a dime to any Lebanese or East Indian to import rice in Liberia. You have given them a market. You have given them a market. That's sufficient. I don't think any government should go and cough up money to give to people to import rice. I think if they got money to cough out, they should spend that money in every district and clear 2,000 acres of land in each district, provide some yellow machines and some mills and some threshers and some dryers to enhance agricultural production in the country because it is possible. I have a dryer now. The World Bank has sponsored my farm, and I have a dryer. Can you imagine the simplicity of that? You grow the rice in 2 months. You have a dryer that dries it immediately. You cut it. First, our people used to put the rice in the kitchen for 3 or 4 months and put firewood under it to dry. While the people are hungry, the rice is drying in the kitchen. Now I have a mobile dryer that can do 8 tons of rice at a time. So I can drive it to any farmer or any community or to any church farm and cut their rice and dry it right there and mill it right there so that they can eat it while they are cutting the rice. So that's how sophisticated the rice business is now. So there's no need. We are importing rice from India. India, I mean, we have more swampland and upland here than any of those countries. I mean, we have 33 million acres of forest. We have the largest rainforest in sub-Saharan Africa. There's no reason why we cannot plant rice. We should plant rice in our country and produce it. I'm producing it, and I know that it is easier to produce it. You provide jobs. You develop the community. I have a clinic here. I have a school with almost 400 students attending free of charge. And I have workers, almost 172 workers that are earning good salaries. I have a workman compensation plan, a medical plan for them, and a retirement benefit. Why shouldn't Liberians benefit from the communities like that? The sons and daughters of the wealthy paramount chiefs and clan chiefs have left. Someone said that they even have abandoned the land that their parents left for them, come to Monrovia and fighting over one lot of land in court. They are going to court every day when your father left 200 acres of land for you in Todi or in Lofa or in Bond. You should come back to the same land your father was using. For example, where I am now, my parents planted 50 acres of rubber. The rubber tappers children and grandchildren are the ones now that I'm catering for by clinic and school here, because they tap the rubber to send me and my brothers and sisters abroad to school. So we owe the community a responsibility. Liberians must open their eyes and stop this Morovia life and thinking that you have to eat American long grain or parboiled rice before for you to live. There's no nutrition in the white rice they come here. There's nothing there. But the red rice that we produce, the doctors will tell you, is nutritious. It cures diabetes and blood pressure. Why this other one is going around making people fat and giving you sugar? So we have to make a decision now as a government, as a people, make a decision upon massive rice planting. We have to do that in every district, and the representatives and senators should encourage the government by way of a legislative mandate to make sure that they do that.
I don't think Chief Allen, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm hearing
we can hear you, but can you hear
us?
us?
Hearing me.
Okay, I'm hearing you now. I'm hearing you.
I was just calling you to order so we can move forward. Jackie, you completed
Abdullah,
your
yes, okay.
Yeah,
Go on.
that's one quick question which requires a short answer. So as a farmer, a rice producer, how long does it take if you were a new farmer starting today, grow to farm your rice, to harvest, to get it to the market? How long is that process? Just
It might take
on
you a
average.
maximum of 4.5 to 6 months.
Okay. Thank
First
you
of
so
all, you
much.
have to brush the land. Let me just give you a quick scenario. You have to brush the area, get the community to help you to brush the area and clean it. And then the rice, you can broadcast the rice in the swamp. You don't have to do a nursery for 10 or 15 days. You can broadcast the rice directly in the swamp. And in 2 months, 2.5 months, you're harvested. When you harvest, you can process and mill and send it to the market. So, I mean, that's how short it is to produce our staple food. And still, we got to wait for 90 days for a vessel to just leave India or Korea or wherever they will bring the rice from to come to our country. And take another 2 months in the port to keep it in warehouse so that the importers can increase their tariffs. We have to put a stop to these kind of things in the contemporary Liberia. It's a morning age now. We buy the dryers and the threshers from India. So, and we have the land to plant the rice. We produce the seeds. The seeds for our rice that we eat, the best seedling of rice in the world is produced at Kari. Right here in Kari. The seeds were blended in Kari.
It's about changing mindset and changing taste.
Yeah. But let's move forward to the. I mean, Stanton going for Bible study. He just alerted me that he's going for Bible study, so I should just sit in to coordinate the rest of the conversation. Which me, I will not be talking a lot, which I don't like. But next is Hassan Fadiga.
I mean, I was accept Hassan Fadiga, right? Simply not doing.
I will sing.
Thank you, Ava. Well, like I said earlier, common sense approach to solving our problem. We have always stated the problem. India is doing something, and I want us to pay attention to it. And I'll come to that. India, between 2022 to 2023, India, the production of rice was valued around $52.8 billion. All of those $52.8 billion, the government of India subsidized the rice by $6.39 billion. That's how much government of India put into the rice production, which is about 12% more than exceeded World Trade Organization domestic support ceiling. That was a violation. I didn't even know that until a few days ago when I started to check on this right. India is willing to violate the World Trade Agreement so that they can continue to increase the import and charge all these fees. We as consumers in Liberia since 1847, I'll go back there. We know the problem. Rice is our staple food. About 98% of our Liberians consume rice on a daily basis. 98% of our population. This has brought civil war. It has brought chaos in our country. Every politician want to kick it down the king. There is a reason. Somebody is benefiting. We just refuse to say it. People are benefiting from the exploitation of Liberians when it comes to rice. We can call rice importer today and say, you know what, pay $16 or $19 per, force them to do it. You know what they're going to do? They're going to hire other rice, create artificial scarcity. The next thing the people will be jumping on the street again, they will something. They manipulate the market all the time. Now, if these people are going to continue holding up by the neck and dictating to us, why can the government, I'm saying orange sector, since this is a major national security issue, the government needs to take steps to take control of that market. Why
You're
the
right.
government do it? Because somebody is benefiting. Which coming to my question, somebody is benefiting from the rice importation, all this tariff. Because the guys say, oh, if rice too expensive to import, stop importing it. Give it to the government. But people are still making money regardless. If you look at the tariff in there, so my question to you is, as a former rice importer, Chief, who is benefiting from this rice? Who should we be looking at? I want you to give me a list of those individuals. You don't have to be specific to call names, but who should the Liberian people be attacking for this problem?
Well, basically, you asked two questions. Who should we attack? We shouldn't attack anybody. We should build policies in place that would make it
I don't
easier
mean physical
and make
attack.
it
I mean,
cheaper.
who are the corporates, the main corporates? That's what I mean.
The main culprit are those people who have not designed the policy to encourage the planting and production of rice in our country. And whether it's government, whether it's the legislature, whether it's any group of people, we should not condone that in contemporary time. As I told you that we cannot open our arms to allow people to exploit our country. Simply because this is our staple food, people take advantage of it. You have the people from the waffengers to the warehouse operators, to the owners of the warehouses, to the owners of trucks and trailers and tankers that are carrying these commodities. Everybody is taking a needle through the Liberian people. It is a matter of the national. If you want to blame anybody anytime for the rice business, look at the national government itself. They are the ones that are supposed to put in measures to ensure that Liberians don't suffer this kind of situation. That is clear. We have to make our ports, and then we have to continue to improve the image and the reputation of our country. Another thing that will take the price of rice up is the international maritime transportation, one. And two, the fact that our ports, to a certain extent, don't have these extraordinary facilities. And we have to look at this, improve our own country to make sure that things move smoother. You have companies that the pillaging, the pilferage at the port also increased the tariff on insurance. Liberia has become a hazardous port. Containers arrive here, the seals are broken, and people declare that goods are short landed or that they are damaged. Because if you tell a waffinger to go on board a vessel and break the seal of a container that has a lock on it and throw the seal in the water, you have 3 custom officers following the container to your warehouse to warehouse site. When you get there, he will declare, once the seal is not there for the security people to record the number, he will declare that the container was tampered with. So you have 50 cartons short landed and 10 cartons damaged. So you do not pay taxes on what is short landed. So you cheat the government on that. You clear the container intact because those officers will have to sign that those things were damaged. So you don't pay duty on those ones. The government lose taxes, and then our country get a downward image because the container was inspected in Hamburg or in Spain, and it was intact. When they arrived at the Liberian port, it was tampered with. So you have surcharge, insurance surcharge for hazardous port. So that means if a carton of tomato was $12 last shipment, because of the hazardous nature of the port, of the declaration of damage and short landing, you have it's 15 cents $15 because of the extra tariff on insurance. So we have to now work in our country and make sure that we make our country better. And we have all the technology, we have all the electronic devices that our government can to make things easier. There's no communication between the port and the Ministry of Finance and the LRA. There should be a network where by the time your goods arrive, your taxes are paid, your duty and overhead charges are paid. You cannot wait for three layer officers to follow a container to a warehouse to go and tell you how much taxes you're supposed to pay. There's human error. So those are the people that are benefiting from these uncertainties, and we should curb it. We should reorientate our revenue collectors to a new concept of revenue generation by educating them from training and seminar, and then create an incentive for them. There are people who feed on traders because they are assigned to one zone. They get rice, shoe, food, children food, and all from the East Indian trader at the location. And they underdeclare their goods. They underdeclare.
That's good.
In
That's
trade,
good. Chief, you're going deep into the time, but we wanted to allow.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just.
Yeah, we want to allow Fadiga to ask his second question so we can go.
Please go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry, but I'm just educating. I'm just educating for people to understand.
I love the education. I mean, I think we need to meet one of these days. I'll find out. I'm in the city now, so I'm not in the States anymore. So I'll find.
Very good, very good. Let's go on with the question.
Yeah. So my second question, look, I was in Guinea a couple of years ago, and one of the best rice that is loved is the locally grown rice. Most of the people want to eat it. You just mentioned a rice, that red rice. I've eaten it a couple of times. Back in the days, the late agriculture minister, Florence Chineway, she proposed the increased tariff on imported rice, which brought about a very serious crisis in Liberia. Fast forward 2024, how can we discourage the importation of rice and improve locally grown rice? And what do I mean by that? I'm not. It doesn't have to be with the Florence Chineway method, but can government take control of the market temporarily? And I'm still stressing on this to the point that we can grow our own local market.
Yes, we can do that because we have discussed a series of things that will lead to that. The time frame for planting and harvesting, the time frame for production, the type of technology that's available to produce rice now, the quality of the species. We have more than 10 to 18 different varieties of rice produced in, formulated in Liberia, and people are buying it and exporting it to go and plant in other countries. So, I agree with you that how can we do that? By creating, I said, extraordinary incentive to Liberian farmers, equipment. The World Bank is doing its best. The LACF is doing its best. The ADB Bank is also assisting local farmers, and you see a lot of farms are opening now. But we have to grant some extraordinary incentive to Liberian farmers. We have to clear land. We have to clear 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 acres of land in each county and plant rice. Space it out. You don't want to do anything radical that will create additional headache or problem in the country. You don't want to weed out import. You want to gradually, as the Toba administration was doing, gradually phasing them out. How do you phase them out? By establishing like the Lofa County Agricultural Development Project, strictly for poultry and things like that. The Bon County Agricultural Development Project for rice production. And you look at all the swamps everywhere in our country. You go, you got bridges and you got swamps along the road. In La Côte d'Ivoire, they have conducive land for coffee and cocoa. If you drive from Danane to Abidjan, you pass thousands and thousands of cocoa and coffee farms. And in every major town, you have a cocoa or coffee processing plant producing cocoa and coffee for export. Well, what's wrong with Liberia? Why don't our government take initiative? Every government come up with the same old bureaucracy about talking to importers. What are you doing sitting down talking to an importer of rice and asking them to please reduce the price of rice for you? and you
let
have
me
not
come in.
created an enabling environment for them to do it.
Let me come into that. The next panelist can
I'm
answer.
sorry.
The reason why, yeah, the
Whenever
reason
I'm
why.
going over time, please tell me.
No
I don't
problem. I
know
will
your
do that. The
schedule.
reason, the reason why they're not taking initiative because they're weedy and dealing. That's all. That's just the
It's
answer.
unfortunate. It's
But Ava,
unfortunate.
it's your time. You can come in.
I won't answer any question from Ava. Ava knows my
Look,
entire history. He knows the time that I'm talking about. He was around with me as a young man, so he knows all these things.
yeah,
Go ahead, Ava.
man. I know. I pop it now. So you really telling the people your age, even though you look nice and handsome over here. But yeah, folks.
I'm 72. I'm 72.
Yes,
I'm not a boy.
I've known the chief for the longest time, basically since I was probably like 13, 14, maybe. So it's been years, and nice to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Definitely one of the articulators in the country who can really, convey their thoughts and try to speak to the level of our people. But this rice issue has been from Tubman to Tolbert. We know what happened there. To the different war government, interim government, all of these people. I mean, what is the binding issue that inhibits us from breaking this yoke? Because it's like a yoke on us. We have the ability, we have the land, we have the physical manpower. Like you were just talking, we could have mechanization around clearing to facilitate that, right? Not everybody need their own yellow machine or stuff. It could be a pool system for cooperatives to be able to support them. We have had monies. This last government, if I'm not mistaken, more than 300 million was allocated in the agriculture sector for lending. But there was a point where I heard 12 even said for the next 3 years, agriculture is not important. So where do we bring this emphasis in? Today, we have a president who is considered an agriculturalist or somebody who has been there, right? You mentioned the red rice, the brown rice, our own country rice, and even the black rice that we can grow in Liberia. That is revenue we can get from exportation. We can increase our, our foreign reserve base, right? Locally, we can produce the parboiled rice as well. What's really, really stopping us? You, a farmer, you have been a person who has been at the highest level of government before. So what in those rooms that you're discussing that really stopping this thing from happening? We got the young people, we got physical manpower. Like you say, if we incentivize them, they will go to farm, right? We got a low land, we got a high land. What's stopping us? Upland, sorry.
Let me respond to you very briefly.
Yeah, brief.
Our country, we have to learn to work in conformity with the challenges of changing times. Times have changed in the world. You have machine now that can plant the rice.
Yes.
You have machine that can harvest it. You have the machine that can dry it instantly. And you have a machine that can thresh it, and you have a machine that can mill it. I have all those machines. And the whole process is dynamic. It's mechanized. You need the political will to implement it.
And what is that will?
Did that during the Tauber administration, they reduced considerably the importation by producing rice under the Lofa County Agriculture and Bon County Development Projects.
Okay.
But you have to take your own initiative. The only way you can phase importation of rice out is to produce it. Somebody said in the beginning of this show that the only way is to produce your own. You said that your staple food. Nigerians eat gari. They got millions of acres of cassava farms in Nigeria producing what? Farina, producing cassava that makes farina. They did the same thing with
rice. They did the same thing with rice. They refused for rice to be imported and they grew rice. So who needs to have that will? The president or the legislature?
Both. The legislature have to enact policies that will do that. How you think during the years that you know me that we had fishing companies, we had shrimping, we had matches factory, we had cement factory.
Oh, don't bring the factory. I got a whole list of that.
We have fruit juice. We are producing. When I was in school in Switzerland, I used to go to the supermarket and buy shrimp and lobster made in Liberia by a Monserrato group of companies, packaged properly and exported. There are detergent factories. You have poultry, extensive poultry farms and piggeries in the country. We must go back to that. Let's go back to the mid-70s. Let President Boca lead us to the agriculture revolution. Let us go to each county. The legislative caucus of each county will allocate a huge portion of land for planting tomatoes. Look at, we're getting pepper from Guinea. Can you imagine that kind of thing there?
And
In 2024, Liberia is going to across the border to get something like pepper that will grow in our backyard. Our mother used to grow pepper in the backyard and use it to feed us.
I must say this government, and hopefully they have that will and will be committed, because they are now looking at the crops that will be advantageous in certain areas. In Nima, certain things can grow there that may not grow in Monserrato or in the southeast. And those advantages we have for growing certain kind of foods definitely need to be put in the forefront. If we can't feed ourselves, what are we doing?
Over the years, over the years, Liberia have trained thousands of agronomists, thousands of agriculturists. Same thing like mining. Same thing like mining and things. But these people are in key decision-making positions, performing technical and special roles, and they are removed when a new administration comes in and bring their partisans. These are professionals trained by Liberian government. LEC had thousands of electrical engineers that are displaced.
Let me ask my second question. You briefly touched on it. This whole bonded warehouse or just warehousing system, from my understanding, the port owns the warehouses over there, right? The government of Liberia owns them, right? Some of the warehouses are empty.
Not quite now, but I'll answer that. Go on.
All right, yeah, you can break it down for us. Yeah. Some of the warehouses are empty. They are being leased and just held.
Oh, Abba gone off. But while talking about that, I think the government, Abba's back. Go ahead, Abba. No, you need to go and come back. We're not getting you. Yeah, we're not getting you, Abba. But rest importers are not paying.
You have to come back. Your audio is gone.
While we're waiting for him to come back, we can ask, Paul or Conan Remy to come in with a question. He was talking about warehouse fee, but we got information that the rice importers are not paying warehouse fees at the port. It's part of government effort to reduce the price. That has been like that over and over. Other people are paying warehouse fees, but rice importers are not paying warehouse fees. It's part of government effort to help reduce the price.
Well, thank you, Mame. Good evening, Chief Cyril. How are you today?
Good evening, my dear brother. Who's that? Who's speaking?
This is Paul Kennedy.
Oh, Paul
Kennedy from Bapolo.
Please go on, Paul.
I say he's from Enfield.
No, I'm from Bapolo. I learned a lot from you today. Some practical that are more applicable in now, and some of what you talk about will never come to pass now, considering the times we're in, because like you rightly said, time changes with occurrences, and there are designated things that happen in brief of time. But one thing I learned is that there are two current states. There's an immediate short-term solution. Everything we've been saying here tonight are all problems. The problem is the rest importers are trying to bargain to hold or hoard rice and increase price, whereas government is trying to reduce the ability from doing that so that people are able to buy rice for a certain stable price. Now, like you rightly said, the market forces will always determine the price of commodity. They will add to why prices go up and why prices come down. In the time we have now, there are two things that government could do, and I want you to just react to that. Number one, the short term would be for government to emulate what have happened in other countries. I was in Rwanda and I asked, how did the country get rebuilt so fast? And a colleague of mine who works there in the health department told me, listen, Paul, when we began building this country in the 2000s, what the government did was to make sure that everybody who was bringing construction material, they reduced tariff and they made all construction materials coming into the country free for a certain period of time. Let's say maybe they said let's say maybe they said 6 years. In 6 years' time or 4 years' time, anybody who is bringing a cement or steel rod or zinc or anything that is contributory to construction, you have free, you are gratis free. You're not going to pay any taxes. You're only going to pay your freight and handling charges, and because you are coming to construct, you are going to be free. Sir, why can't government do that in the short term? In the short term, government said, listen, anybody who is importing rice, first of all, government needs to open the market. We've all said that today. Instead of 5 companies bringing rice, give the 5 companies a restriction and commitment of government, but also go ahead to say, listen, besides these 5 companies, these are the only 5 companies that are responsible for bringing rice under a mandate of government. But anyone else who wants to bring rice, supplementing the rice these 5 companies are bringing, go ahead and you do that. But then in the next 1 year or so, all rice coming to this country, you will not pay any overhead charges. You're not going to pay tariff. Forget warehouse fee. We'll drop all of the importation charges that will have to label you. And when you bring rice in this country, the rice is coming for free. So instead of giving them 30 million or the 22 million my sister Jackie keep putting out, you can give them in kind to say, listen, you will not pay any handling charges when you bring rice for the next 3 to 5 years. Don't you think by government
Extraordinary incentives. Extraordinary incentives.
Exactly. Don't you think government taking that immediate action could solve our short-term problems in the next 2 to 3 weeks? Because what I hear about rice giving growers planting rice is not going to happen in 1 year. That's at least for people in Liberia to get money to start growing rice and for us to start eating that rice is going to take at least 6 months to a year. And here we have a potential riot trying to brew because of people conflicting on rice. Government giving all charges free, do you think it's going to alleviate some of the rice price driving up in the next 2 to 3 weeks to a month?
Yes, I agree. I think so. I think I've said that more times than once tonight. Extraordinary incentive is another factor that can enhance and reduce pricing on the end product. But the political will to do that, and you soon you start talking about it now. Some insiders and other people will start fighting it. No, because there are people in this new political dispensation that have already been offered things to maintain and protect. There are people now that are protecting the rice importers, protecting the petroleum importers, protecting even the IPDs. Somebody was talking about IPD last night. You can't give import license to one supermarket to bring in almost 2,000 different commodities. In Ghana and Nigeria, they don't give foreigners IPDs. But if you give somebody import license, the person can go to any international manufacturer or supplier and get that particular commodity, because that's the basic for importing into any country is an import license. In Liberia, we're selling it. Commerce might pay a few dollars to give you import license to bring cornflakes, sardine, mayonnaise, and you bring all of that. That's why so many adulterated products are on our market. Somebody don't want to, you give somebody the franchise to bring chiwi, but he get chiji. He get the guy another name, but it's a fake, it's adulterated. They go to Syria or Lebanon or Jordan, one of those places, and prepare any kind of chiwi and bring it here and sell it in the supermarket. So we have to look at these kind of things here. We should, yes, be protective. There are certain areas that you have protective tariffs. You put them in place. These are legislation. These are things that the legislature can do. They can protect the executive branch of government also by making these things a form of a regulation that will be embraced by the executive branch
Talking
and
about
implemented.
legislators, talking about legislators, Chief Cyril Allen. Some of these senior legislators or some of the political leaders who have legislators in the legislature will not push and do anything, but will be the first one to jump on the radio and provide all the solutions on the radio, but wouldn't go in the place where they have the authority to take action, to take those actions.
But some of them were supported in the campaign by some of these East Indian and Lebanese traders, so they come back there to protect them. It's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle, and Liberians must take a cue to that. Look at the legislative. You're talking about them. I won't start talking because because I mean you got 103 people in the government who work 3 days a week, 3 months in the year, and pay themselves $15,000 for 12 months. They're unpatriotic. You cannot be patriotic and put $20-something million in the budget for 103 persons. You're not generating any revenue. You're not making any contribution to the national budget, but you still get $20-something, 103 people. You have not put $1 million in the budget for disadvantaged youth. You have not put $1 million in the thing for I mean, hardly can do anything for free education. You say people coming to your house to beg you for money for school fees. Why don't you make education free? Why don't you promulgate a law that will make all school fee and the government will subsidize the schools? Then nobody coming to you to pay for anything. I think it was the madam, her name is Jackie. I think you mentioned something like that last night on the program. And people are bickering about issues and saying government should do this and government, but you part of the government. You are the government. Go and make laws that will benefit the people of the country. And the best way to do that is to make sure that you plead. The government can only plead with the importers to reduce those overhead charges. But the enabling environment for clearing and forwarding and stevedoring, even tariffs. Government can waive some of the tariffs that they are charging. The warehouses can be admonished to charge less for storage and whatnot. And our officials in government should stop taking money from the people to get their RPDs. Because they are not these people are not philanthropists. They are not philanthropists. If you charge them $5,000 to give you IPD, it is going to go on the bag, each bag of rice.
Exactly.
They are suffering your people in the village by granting incentive to somebody that we're cheating your people because they will add it to the price. Exactly. And let me give you just another scenario of things that we have to build in constraint.
Before the scenario, let's Paul ask his final question, then you can just blend in with the scenario, then we'll go to Conor Remy.
Thank you. So
I work on a Remy.
But y'all want put it, y'all want made it man Conor.
So we've just agreed.
Go ahead, please.
So as evidenced now by the consensus, we've just agreed that a short-term, immediate solution to our problem is government intervention with tariff and all of the overhead bureaucracy, unnecessary bureaucracy. And when they do that within a month time, the prices of rice or the price of rice can actually come down. And then the long term will be that they will invest in farmers across the country, designate farming areas, provide subsidies so farmers can take some advantage of making farms to supply the local market. But Chief Cyril,
yes,
we got children that were born, and from the day their eyes were open, they've been eating the P8540, right? What's the name of the pusawa? It has some. It has a. Yes. So you will put the PS480 here, the pusawa rice, the parboiled rice, and you put the regular country rice. The child from our household that was born eating that pusawa will normally not like the taste of the regular country rice. What, from your experience of making farm and importing rice, what are some recommendations you have for us Liberians in making sure that we are able now to make our own in-country grown rice a more tasteful food or rice supplement for the people in Liberia to eat? Because if you produce the rice and the local consumers are not actually into it, and your only remedy will be to export it because The folks in the international community got the nutritional value, but in Liberia, people don't like the taste. It's going to be a problem. So my question is, what advice will you give into making the Liberian children to actually like the country rice?
The only solution I look at it, we're talking. I understand the cosmetic resolution suggestion that you are making for short term, but that does not solve the problem. You'll be surprised that the Liberians will go haywire after a few months when you put $1 on the price. Let me say to you very clearly and distinctly that people will have. We can produce sufficient rice in this country to export, because there's a high demand for the red rice that we produce. The brown rice, there's a very high demand. Even some of you in the United States are aware of the type of price that we export. When we send the rice over there, people pay for it. So we can do better. We can do a battle trade. We can produce, since our people like pusawa rice. I don't know what kind of rice they were eating during the war, because there were no pusawa around, and people were eating sondong and kisawa. So people got to understand too. We have to. I said we have to conform to the challenges of changing times. Times have changed. Liberians will have to adapt, and you must make the environment enabling for them to be able to adapt. If people look around and don't see,
let me just clarify before you continue. And I know my time is out, but let me clarify. Consumer preference dictate market price. If you make the rice in the country, you can make all the rice here. If the Liberian people don't like the taste, or they don't see that rice as a preference, it's going to become a waste now in production. You'll be making rice that you will not have the market to sell to. So the first thing that the producer will do will be to
you are wrong, Paul. Paul, there is a market for the quality of rice that we produce in Liberia. There's a bigger market than the local market we got here for pusawa rice. Let nobody tell you that. I will be naive if I do not admit to you that there's a bigger market for the Swakoko 8 and the type of rice we produce in this country out there. So we can do that competitive. We can do it better. If we in Liberia provide an environment where we can produce, we say like rice is our staple food. Liberians don't like to consume it. I tell you the truth. Right on my farm here, the people prefer for us to buy pusawa rice and feed them while they are producing the country rice or the Liberian rice. They don't want to eat it. Most of the people from White Plains and Harrisburg and things, when we were growing up, our parents did not want to eat that rice. They wanted to eat country rice, Liberian rice. So it's a matter of, like you said, the taste and whatnot determine the market. That's market forces. But Liberians would, once they get used to eating that rice. If you get used to eating the Swakoko 8 or the Narega 20 rice, you're not going to want to eat no pusawa rice. I can tell you that. I've never eaten pusawa rice for 15 to 20 years because I know it has sugar in it, and promotion is another thing too. We can tell our people, you have to use market promotion to promote the rice. When we say our rice not good, why you expect our children to eat it? My brother got a way of saying, I don't want no country rice, man. I'm not eating that stuff. Then you want your children to eat it? They won't eat it because they say, my daddy don't like it. But when they see you promoting it and they see the government creating extraordinary incentive for production of that in every county and district, you see how the rice can be looking fine when it's growing and all that. All those kind of things that you have to think about it. People, we have to do better. We have to look for markets abroad, South Africa, United States, Great Britain, and other places that the people want it medically. The medical people in Liberia, if you refer to them, they will tell you that the rice that we produce here has more nutrients, 10 times more nutrients than the American Parboiled rice. I mean, it's a matter of nutrition.
That's true. Part of the reason why it even get more nutrients, the nutrient density. Look, the rice that people can bring to Liberia in most of these countries from India and America is not a rice they produce this year.
Of course not.
what they usually do is what they usually do with the rice chain, even commodity chain, not only rice. Last in, first out, that's what they do. So most of these places have food bank. They save the rice there. When they produce this year, they take this year rice and take it into this food bank. The one that been there for over 6 months or 1 year is what they put on the ship and send to Liberia to sell.
Exactly.
So
Even
it's
with
not a red
fruits.
ice
Even
produced
with
this
fruits.
year. It's not a red ice produced this year to bring it to you. The red that
That's
been in the
true.
warehouse for maybe 1 year or 2 years is what they
Or
send to
more.
you, and they replace it with the one they produced this year. That's how they do the
That's true.
commodity.
Yes.
So let's go to Conor Remy. I mean, you know Remy, you people making Conor doing the chat all time, so it should be an easy thing.
Chief
Remy,
Allen,
don't mind that man.
no
Don't
mind.
mind him, Remy. Don't mind. Go ahead, please.
I'm pretty sure Iva is not able to come back in because you don't have control to bring anybody on, right?
Oh yes.
So unfortunately, he was profiling some
I
good.
think Dak can bring him on. Dak has should have.
So
I don't see him at all. I don't see
okay,
him. He's in the back.
one of these narratives, these national conversation about national conscientization of our people, you know, to move the national agenda forward is left with government. I think we're doing a shabby job to promote our own. Look, I never knew that burger wheat was so tasty until a guy here noticed that the brown rice, the PL480, is actually a trove of sugar commodity. So I
Yep.
stay away from it. I don't, it's not my first preference. And I got it before. Back then, burger wheat back home was like, you know, and that's the
No
same
go.
narrative. That's the same narrative we're driving into our communities in Liberia. I think our government should spearhead some of those kinds of national endeavors.
Promotion.
Yeah, so that people get to know that their own is even more valuable than that which comes from abroad, and it all goes by the government's agenda. But clearly, I hear you, Chief Cyril, and I know that you come with a trove of ideas, and but that tells me that you went into an abusive relationship with the CDC. As a result, you were kicked aside. You were never, you were people like yourself. When I say yourself, meaning your CDC, I mean your NPP party was nothing but someone who was brutalized, abused in that relationship. And I heard somebody was talking about fostering that same partnership. How can somebody with your idea go into a partnership where your ideas are not elevated to the level, and you're still talking about going there to form partnership with them? I blame you for the last 6 years, because I think you should know better. Let me say it that way. Um, you were abused by the CDC, and whether or not you say it, distinctly, you actually have demonstrated. But let me go back and look at the idea, and then you can react to what I said earlier. Well, looking at the success of a government like the Charles Taylor regime that was so hand-tied in terms of importation, in terms of ships coming to our shores and what have you. But you gained some success in in making sure our staple food rice was available to the people. So, which means it begs the idea that the issue about simplifying our port, which is the gateway of our economy, probably existed under the Charles Taylor regime than today. Now, people have asked you about what to do with the port. Well, my own question here is, what do you think? So many, and our Minister of Commerce, of course, he has jumped in the sea or the water himself, now swimming with the sharks. Even though before he got there, he could not say any of those things. He said, "I'm going to stop this stuff," but the guy is swimming now clearly with the sharks. And The reason I say that is because all this APM terminal, all this, CTN, all these kinds of agency that will levy fees and tariff on our people, they exist. Matter of fact, he gave reason why they should still exist. During your era, those kinds of agencies did not exist. Please tell me why you guys were so successful with the
It's,
importation of rice.
I said it earlier. I don't know whether you were in. I said we set up an oligopoly and had a clear understanding with Continental Long Grain from the United States. And we had two Liberians and three foreigners controlling the imports, and we imported large volumes of the rice that reduced the freight and reduce the tariff. The larger the volume, the lower the freight. When you got 5, 6, 7 different people importing from different locations, then you have a diversity in pricing. You see, if you give the right now to 50 people to bring rice, some people will bring the rice in for $20. Somebody might bring it in for $11 because it depends on the volume. Also, you have to look at that too. We're successful because we consolidated our input from one or two major sources, and then we granted incentive to people that we import volume. The larger the volume, I keep repeating that, the lower the freight. And then we provided the means through which we could expedite the discharge of vessels very quickly. So vessels that were coming to the country were sure and we're carrying rice. Soon we get there by within 48 hours, we are out of there. We drop it. And then the warehouses were the bonded warehouses were open. At that time, I think you were here. Nobody were concealing warehouse and holding it and hoarding warehouses and what. And you could not even hoard rice because we're not taking that nonsense for nobody. Then the point where you say that CDC and all that thing, but I don't want to discuss all that now. But because you want me to talk, I won't talk that one. We did what we should have done as a political party to win the democratic process. The idea of forming a political party is to establish yourself in the political landscape of the country, to win democratic elections and to lose when you lose. So that is an experience for our party, and we're going to use that as a guiding instrument for the future. And our younger generation of our partisans would learn that that when you enter into this agreement, this understanding, you have to be upfront with your negotiation. And I could not control it. I say I'm a Democrat. I believe in the will of the majority. I had my own reservations with being part of a coalition at that time, but voted by the majority, a two-third majority. So we had to go in and say, okay, since we have agreed to do this, I'm experienced in forming these things. So I went in and along with Toga McIntosh and one or two others, drafted the coalition agreement and made it airtight so that these things wouldn't happen. But Liberia, our own country, when people win elections, it's a country like now you see what happening. Unity Party, they're the only party in the whole country that won the election. And you know that they just won by default. And the fact that people did not support we are because of the plenty thing that happened. So they won by default. We see that. ANC was there with very strong policy. Look at the platform of the ANC and Liberty Party. All of these people had a stake in it. But then now you see the kind of people clamoring in the Unity Party for jobs. They're trying to ostracize everybody. Everybody else is an enemy except those handful of people who remain in the party during the time. So, I mean, it happens in the Liberian political dynamics, and we'll take our cue from there. We're talking about issues too, about promoting, let me just summarize, we're promoting commodities. You see, over the years, people have told us that palm oil.
Yeah, please. So, since we're getting close to the time, I would like for Conor Remy to ask his last question, and then you can just answer it and wrap up with the issue you're talking about.
But Dagin asked question here. Dagin say nothing here though.
Oh, sorry, guys.
I asked you a question in the beginning. Remember, I was the first person to ask.
Yeah, you asked 2 questions. That's true. That's true. I'm sorry.
Besides that, I heard that you're my neighbor, and yeah, we are. but we'll talk about it later.
Jackie
Oh
asked
yes,
you, right?
that's where I am right now.
Initially, are we doing a
7
second
was
round?
light.
Okay, no problem. So
Yeah.
we'll go for the second round, then we'll close.
Oh, we're
So
doing
let Remy
second round
ask.
now.
Yes.
Oh,
So Remy, you can ask your
Oh,
second
but I
question.
said, my brother, I want your call here tonight.
Yeah, I want you to know.
You know,
But again, I mean, I didn't kind of discuss rice business though.
What you going to
Oh,
discuss?
my question is NPP question.
You invited me to discuss about my party and all that. You're not changing the whole subject
Colin, let me,
to rice and the
let me
economy.
For the
But
viewers
I'm equal to the
enjoying
task,
you.
though. I'm equal to the task because I mean these things I'm giving are highlights that will improve our national, economy and help our people. We cannot allow these kind of things to happen. We must think about it. And we
Okay,
should talk about
Remy,
the
go ahead.
LRA, the taxes. We should talk about concessionaires too. You were talking about that. Well, her name Jackie was talking last night. Concessionaires should be, I mean, should not take our concessions and go and borrow money abroad. You mortgage our concession and go to India and you raise $500 million and you send $2 million or $3 million to Liberia and you invest in a large economy. As long as you are paying the loan, they don't call on the collateral. So none of that money coming to Liberia from the concession. A Nigerian came here and got one oil well and went and raised almost $600 million and opened a giant airline in Nigeria. And once he's paying the loan back, the oil well is sitting here rotten. And some of the concessionaires are taking the central bank should be involved with that. You cannot take a collateral from Liberia in form of a concession and go and mortgage it to an international bank, get a heavy loan, invest it in your country or developed economy, and leave the concession undone.
Talking
You
about the
signed that
central
you would do
bank,
clinics. You signed that you would build schools.
talking
You
about the
signed that you
central
would
bank.
train Liberians and employ Liberians, and you have not created a job for the Liberians. And still, these concessions and whatnot with the jobs that they offer and the salaries that should be given to Liberian employees and managers are in our national budget. That's why you always having budget shortfall. Metal Cities, you have 50 Liberian top level engineers earning $500 a month, but they are not employed. So the government is not getting that revenue and taxes from their salary, but it's already projected in the budget. So we have to look at some of these things. These are some of the things that are pulling us back, and the arrest agenda. So we have to look at these things. So you arrest these things, and you say you're keen to arrest. These are some of the major things that are happening in our country.
Okay.
Concessionaires' feet are not to the fire to provide the jobs.
Remy.
Another area, Remy, before you come in, is the international organizations, the ADB, the African Union. All these people have tapped jobs for Liberian quota. We lost most of our quota during the war. So it's now for this government to come and now, I was pushing it during the we administration that we recommend Liberians to go to ADB and African Union. These are top jobs. Top jobs for Liberians. They will earn a hefty salary and come back to help our country and contribute, build homes and open industries and factories in the country because of these handsome salaries. We must take our role back in the community of nations by occupying these positions for Liberia quota at these international organizations, the IMO, the ILO, and all that.
Thank you, Chief Allen. Thank you, Chief Allen.
I'm sorry if I'm bickering the issue. I'm boring you, but these are some of the realities that should happen.
You're not boring. Your analysis, your line of thoughts are strong. You're not really boring.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not really boring. You're just taking time, but your analysis, the thoughts are very strong.
Thank you.
Conor Remy, you got one question you can ask, and then we'll go to Sis Jackie, and then Dr. Richardson, and then Cyril Allen will Chief Cyril Allen will leave us.
All right. Well, let me draw the curtain down by saying that there's a disarray in your party, the NPP. The NPP has been
How you know?
We're observer looking in. We are student of politics as well, so we're listening to the trend. The conversation there does not sound cordial. But I want you to address the I want you to address the peace and tranquility of your party. Can we brag to say we have one NPP? So as a result, the state of affairs within the NPP is cohesive. I don't see it that way. What do you say?
Well, that's an opinion.
Yeah.
And it's the probability. Probability are not facts unless they're actual. That's the first thing. It's probable. But as I see it, as chairman of the advisory board of the party, I do not take sides. For me, there are no two sides in the party. Yes, there are the discrepancies, but that's maturity, political maturity, diverging views. People have their different opinion and views. Look at that, as we're talking about the coalition. Almost 2/3, I mean 1/3 of the partisans say we're not going to no coalition. The other 2/3 say we cannot win the democratic election alone. We have to collaborate. And those were the people that were correct. Yes, there are different views between and amongst our partisans. That shows that we are a mature party. It shows that we are healthy. It's not so say one, so say all. We're going to a convention. I would like to invite some of you to the convention that we're going to. You will hear some tough views. You will hear some tough opinions. But at the end of the day, people say, now in America, black and white, they may fight. But when the enemy come, we'll get together and run them out of sight. So that's what the MPP does. We may have our disagreement within, but when we organize ourselves as a unified force, we move. And that's how we won the democratic election, supporting the CDC in every district, every county. And when we won the democratic process, unfortunately, things did not work out very well because the CDC, most people in there undermined themselves. They thought they were undermining the coalition, but they undermined themselves because today most of them cannot survive or sustain themselves in the absence of political leadership. It's unfortunate for some of those people who thought that they could undermine their own administration, their own party, win an election and keep going for the day. It's unfortunate. God don't like ugly, you know. When you support something, you must stand by it and continue to do what is prudent and rational. And you must be guided by the government human conduct. You cannot just conduct yourself in any manner and expect to get good results. Thank you.
Now, don't say too much.
Okay, so we go to Sis Jackie.
Hey, but Jackie, man, the way you blasted your own cousin line, I scared of you too. Don't bring Grandma here tonight. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Now you made me lose my train of thought.
That was the intention. That's a conversational habit that you have to learn also if you get involved with these things. But please go ahead.
Mr. Cyril Allen, I know you made a remark a few days ago and did a little bit hit today on our president, Joseph Newman Boyka, saying that he didn't really win election. I don't know how you define that in a democratically elected process. But of course, we all know that the CDC government did not do a good job. In fact, did a terrible job. And
in the campaign.
The need for change, it was an incumbent government seeking a second term, and hence the WIA government was beaten because the people no longer trusted the WIA government, and in turn trusted the leadership of Joseph Newman Boyka. Hence the result today. But my question to you is this: NPP produced a vice standard bearer in the coalition for democratic change. And with your comeback that I see that NPP is putting itself together, of course, there was a split within NPP over the last 6 years under the WIA government. And I see that you're trying to strike. Yeah, I mean, basically, as soon as the government came in, that tension started brewing, and then they came out into the public. We all know that. So my question to you is this: is NPP, no matter what coalition or collaboration it forms for 2029, will it or is it determined to produce, instead of a vice standard bearer, a standard bearer, no matter what agreement, political agreement it enters into? Is that where NPP is heading? To produce a standard bearer for 2029?
NPP, madam, politics is dynamic. And I think Edwin mentioned something like that. I'm a Senator Snow. That's my son, so I can call him Edwin. I hope you all don't mind. But he insinuated something like that the other day. We were. I want to repeat that we're conformed to the changes of time. Let's get there. Now, we are a strong enough political party spread throughout the length and breadth of the country and have the potential to win a democratic election. I did not. I was very clear that the Unity Party did not have the political infrastructure to win a democratic election in this time. And you can bear me out. It is true. Even the ANC had a broader structure, political structure in the country than the Unity Party. Unity Party was almost in oblivion, but it was just that because of the underperformance of the WIA administration, the coalition administration, people favored the Unity Party as an alternative. Not that I don't have anything against Joe. I mean, President Boca, he's a friend of mine. I've known him for 40 years, and he knows me. He knows about me. So that there's no need for me to smite him or anything. I'm just stating the hard political reality. And it is true. And if you look at it, if you're in the political dynamics of Liberia and you were going through the country during the campaign and you were in Unity Party, you would have doubted your capacity to win because you were not physically present at various and varying areas that were very important to win democratic votes. That's clear. The structure was not built in each county and each district. It wasn't clearly pronounced as some other political parties were. So and it's the same thing that happened with the CDC. The Congress. The Congress was not spread throughout the length and breadth of the country. That's why it was expedient to use the political infrastructure of the MPP to establish the party in the nooks and corners of the country. That's how we won the democratic process. We used the MPP structure in actually 9 counties. The MPP was fully established in 9 counties with headquarters and all over the years. Not like other political parties, when the political leader lead the country, they dissipate into a little social club where 2 or 3 people are lobbying every government for jobs and whatnot. No, MPP is a broad-based political institution that spread throughout the land and bread and have the capacity to change the results of any democratic process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sis Jackie, got another question?
Yeah, so of course, again, from Senator Snow and you, NPP plans to play a major role in the upcoming election.
Shouldn't we?
NPP?
Shouldn't we?
I'm not saying, hey, NPP has a right, but what is NPP? Because I read some of the comments yesterday, Senator Snow was talking about NPP.
Yes.
What should you produce a standard bearer? Why should the Liberian people even look at NPP at all? Because under the Coalition for Democratic Change, of course, the Liberian people they were not even satisfied with your vice standard bearer produced by NPP. Even including Bond County, she had a serious problem there in Bond County as well. What is NPP going to do different, and why should the Liberian people even look at NPP at all?
Very good. But let me ask you a question. The same scenario you're talking about, political dynamics, occurred when the coalition won the election. Nobody had any use for Joseph Yima Boka. They thought that he was not competent or qualified to be president. So Unity Party lost after Ellen. Don't you see it that way? And now, well, the same concept. It's the same concept. He was vice president. Excuse me.
In 2017 love Joseph Niman Boyka. The love was there in 2017 as well. But go ahead.
You made an analysis, and I'm just giving you a scenario that occurred just 6 years before. Some of you will forget quickly. But the same thing happened with President Boyka now. That's happening now to the vice standard bearer of the coalition. Don't you see it as the same thing? Why they ask the same question? Why would somebody then consider Boyka and not look at an alternative, which was the coalition? It's because Interest. The only thing that is permanent with politics is interest. And that's just a matter of interest. When the proper time comes and the political process begins, and you see the dynamism of the MPP, it will support whatever group that we align ourselves with. Then you understand the reason. We can ask that question now. Hence, politics is dynamic. When the time comes, you will see the reason why people would be asking to support another initiative or another agenda. It depends on the agenda, and it depends on those people who are involved in the process also. MPP has come alive, and our partisans are all over the country. Look in the legislature. You will see all the top. Look at every political party in this country. The top brasses in those political parties are all MPP partisans that work under my leadership on our national chairman. Look at the chairman of CDC. Look at McGill. I mean, you look at the Senate, go into the Senate. You can count at least 38 representatives and 9 senators who are original MPP members. And they'll come back to the fold. They'll come back to the fold and join the party.
But Chief Allen, people flock to the MPP because not because of any ideological reason. I mean, that was the movement of the day. It's like in any political arrangement. When Charles Taylor came, we never had any strong opposition voice. We never have any alternative. People who were looking for means by which they can either find security or by means by which they can be around the person who has the control over the country ran behind Charles Taylor. So once he left, they left and they went to other different political parties. So they in the legislature, on a different political arrangement, not on the MPP, because they did not believe, they did not join MPP on any ideological grounds.
All right, I agree with you 100%, but people come to political prominence by being involved with a political dynamic process. They acquire the popularity and knowledge of. People come to know them by their participation through a democratic process. So they win democratic election as a consequence of that. So you got to give them also the kudos for that. I mean, whatever nomenclature, like Edwin Snow said to you, I won as an independent candidate. But he had an array of MPP partisans that he convinced at the county level that supported his candidacy. And a lot of other MPP partisans even went to Bumi so that they could be able to influence other
But
people
he
to support him.
abandoned NPP. He abandoned NPP for 15 years, though.
Irrespective of that, he come back. He come back. I mean, the prodigal son can go and come back, and a lot of people can leave their party and come back. There are plenty of people left Unity Party and thought that Unity Party would never come back to power. They went somewhere else. When the election came and Boca was the alternative, they jumped behind Unity Party now and driving some of y'all away who've been supporting the party slightly for the short period. You know, so that's what happens in the political dynamics of Liberia, particularly small countries and small democratic numbers. You know, I mean, that is an obvious thing. It's a normal thing.
Thank you, Chief. So Dr. Richardson will ask the final question.
No, what me ask you? What you just jumping on me for? You don't forget what me?
No. No, wait.
But Father, guy, you jump on the mail and ask man. What happened?
No, you give it second term, so that's why. I don't want a second chance.
Okay, so that
I want to ask the chief. I got some burning question. What you talking about?
That Richardson will ask. Fadiga will ask. There is something emerging here from the central bank. I want to ask his opinion on it, and then we'll close. But that Richardson, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I'm impressed that Mr. Allen is coming to us from his home in Wiala. So, and the internet has been so good in that area. That's very impressive. He mentioned that the CDC underperformed, and I wanted to know if the inability to manage the increase in rice prices, would he consider that in one of the underperformance that he was talking about? And can he please expand on what did he mean by underperformance, by the way, that caused them to lose the election? That's what I remember him saying that. So I don't know.
You would definitely speak about it. I saw during the election, you saw him, explaining and criticizing how the process would be controlled. He called on them to leave from behind Ouya and go run campaign on their own. The other than flocking behind the president everywhere he is, they should leave from there. But anyway, you can ask your question. He's back.
Yeah. So Mr. Allen, didn't hear my question. Yeah.
I said, I
What?
beg you, please just give me a summary of it.
Oh, okay. I
You know,
was
I'm an
saying
old
that
man. I got.
I like the
Uh,
fact that you are coming from Wiala, which is in my neighborhood, and you
I'm
are
in
so
Wiala right now speaking to you. I'm in
wow.
Konola right now. We
Yes,
have
this is
17 hours electricity here.
oh wow. Look at that. That's encouraging.
17 hours.
Yes,
Yes.
you have not even disconnected or flicker a little bit because usually the internet tends to be poor. But
Uh,
my question to you was: you had mentioned that the CDC underperformed, and their underperformance led to them losing the election.
yes.
My question to you: do you think the way they managed the rights issue in our country was? Would you think that it was one of the way in which they underperformed, or are there other ways that you'd like to add as well?
The CDC had the will of the people. They had the support of the people and could have done much better to manage the affairs of the rights in the country. There were a lot of opportunities, and there was stability, there was peace, there was tranquility in the country, and President Weah was a man of peace, and he had goodwill. We should have managed the rights business and many other things. We should have managed the concessions. We should have reviewed those concessions. We should have controlled the IP issuance of license. We had an opportunity to change the legislature and reduce the kind of huge money that they put in the legislature for themselves. And I mean, and try to get, we had the opportunity to make our functionaries more diligent in the discharge of their duties. These are some of the areas that I was propounding several times in several interviews, and saying that they were not diligent in the discharge of their duties. You had superintendents and city mayors and other people who were not committed. You had health officers who did not deliver medicine to the people. You had education officers that kept books in warehouses for months and months. You had health officers that had pharmacies, and even you had medicine, 3 tons of drugs in 9 counties that was given by the USAID. And the USAID people were so angry they had to burn them because they had expired. A country dying from health and you have got medicine in the warehouse expiring, it means that the health officer is not diligent in the discharge of his or her duty at the regional level. Education officers can have books and booklets for students and keep it in warehouses until roaches and rats are eating them. This is unpatriotic. And Liberians must understand that. And I said that before. I'm not just saying that now. I said that in several interviews during the period. Though it's my government and I supported the government, but I'm a very critical person when it comes to these things because I have a different orientation. I have a different upbringing of performance and being diligent in the discharge of my functions. So I queried that, and I will query that in any administration. If the Unity Party government does well in the interest of the people, I will support the initiative and applaud them. If they don't do things that things are going haywire now, I will continue to be critical about it until they straighten up. That's all I'm saying. I'm an elder statesman. I have nothing to lose. I'm not looking for no or no promotions or nothing of the sort. I've lived my life and I'm very happy and comfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Richardson, you got another one, or you want to go to?
We can go to Fadiga.
Yeah, Fadiga, it's already time, but we can push in there and few closing remarks. But it's already time.
I'll make it short.
Fadiga left flower business. Oh, the boy left flower.
They want that flower. I know you were jumping.
Last night you were making flower. Last night you were making flower. Frowning at everybody.
They want to be sweet. It's about your man Charles Taylor, former President Charles Taylor. This is his party. I mean, he was Charles Taylor. Right now, my mom cannot say nothing bad against Charles Taylor. He was a popular president, but he was also a man with a lot of controversy, and
yes,
which is not in the Hague. There were a lot of atrocity that was committed on his regime, and even during the days that rebel leader, and then after he became president. His party was still for some time, and he was booted out of office. Now I see you guys trying to reorganize this institution. My question is why should the Liberian people bring the MPP back to power? Why? Give us
You
few
finish?
reasons.
You finish? All right, good.
Yeah, I finished.
Why should they? Did you answer the question? Why they with all the shortcomings of the Unity Party? Why I brought Boga and people back? Yo, why you brought your back?
I will ask you
Is the,
that question.
the
That's what
question
they
answer? If President Boga performed well with his corps of officers, and the Liberian people see diligence in the discharge of their duties, and the Liberian people benefit, and the environment is enabling for others and foreigners and all in our country, the economy is better, they will support that initiative. However, if it goes to the contrary, Liberian people will be looking for alternative. Even when we're here, when Taylor had all he had here in the administration, the people were still singing, "Let a rebel come," and the rebel came and spoiled the whole country. So that people always want change. They always never satisfied with what they have. They want more, and sometimes the more can be counterproductive. So no one can ask me the reason why Liberian people should consider a political party with a broad-based political structure and young, dynamic leaders of a generation of party leaders who have the capacity to perform better for the country. It's not the same old Charles Taylor. It's not the same old group of people. It is a new generation of young people who have been educated and experienced in the political sector who are seeking the opportunity for national leadership. You cannot deny them that if they live up to expectation. It's a fair thing to do. It's the political dynamic. Political parties get involved to win elections. They get involved and they lose elections too. And to build up partisans to a certain extent that they can govern the country, political governance. If you can do better, put a platform forward and let the people support it. That is what politics is. They are subscribed to that. So I'll leave you with that. Fadika, I hope I answer you a little bit.
Yeah,
While you brush over airport,
you actually answer him.
I answer you. Hey, my brother, that's a fair man. Wait a minute, Dolphus. Abulai.
Yeah, the
Abulai,
thing
man,
is,
you see your friend?
the name of the political party doesn't determine the ideological framing of those who are currently in the leadership of the party.
But there is still a dark history. And
you have experienced almost 3 decades since Charles Taylor left.
Yes.
And you think the new breed of people who got educated, who got experience, they cannot provide leadership only because there's a name Charles Taylor that is associated with the party in the past? I'm not saying it is right or wrong, but I'm just
let me tell you why this
that bylaw they let go.
I know. I don't break bylaw.
Now you got started bylaw that.
Let's move on. Let me ask.
No. You just brought something I want us to move because you made it to seem that the Liberian people have forgotten. The reason why I asked that question because there are some international component to this thing. One of the things that we suffer for during the chance that I became active in politics during the
But you got to make it brief. You got to make it brief.
Oh man, you distracted me, my man.
I'm just telling you, got to make it brief all the time.
All right, talk. Let him talk.
Go ahead. I'm just telling you.
No. You can't be pressuring me when you can talk freely. So I will yield my time.
You're trying to talk about. You're trying to say that the MPP is stigmatized, and it will be very difficult for people with a new generation of ideologies to support it. But these are the type of people that you have. They are the same type of young generation of people who lack excitement, and they will collaborate. They will coordinate. They are schoolmates and classmates from different political parties that are a new generation. My quest for Liberia is that a new generation of Liberians should come up with a new concept of governance for the country. It should be a chronological generation, not necessarily a political party. Age grade of people who have contemporary ideas and who are in tune with the international acceptable practice of politics should gang up together from various and varying political parties and win the dynamic and win the political election in the country. It doesn't have to be no nomenclature. You see, the nomenclature is important too, because you see, the last time we designed the acronym coalition for democratic change, because majority of the partisans of the CDC of the Congress would not have supported a party with another name beside the CDC. So we had to use the Coalition for Democratic Change as an acronym, so that the members of the CDC at the time, who were not very much alert and educated and all that at the time, majority of, where we had to use the acronym. Otherwise, we may not have won the elections using any other nomenclature for party. You got to look at some of these dynamics in politics. These are the realities.
Okay.
So the MPP is a patriotic party, it's a national patriotic party, and patriotism is important for Liberia. We are talking about being patriotic now for those legislators to go cut down all that money they're giving themselves, and for them to design rules and laws to help our country economy grow. And asking the national government also on a Boca to be diligent in the discharge of his duty. He should be focused on his function and make sure he caution his functionaries to do the right thing or threaten them with suspension or dismissal so that they can do the right thing for Liberia, because he means well. He wants to defend our generation. It's a good thing. He wants to rescue our generation that brought war in the country and spoiled the place.
Fadiga, we want to give you the time to Sonny. I was only telling you that we need to be brief because we're out of time already, but I was not trying to cut you off.
But they got finished now.
No, it's okay. I mean, the time is fine spent.
Okay, so
yeah,
I got my final question, and it's about what's emerging from the central bank. You said some things the president did not perform well, part of the reason why they lost. Listen to this. The central bank, this is an audit findings in the front page Africa from the audit that President Bouaka commissioned. The auditor discovered that on July 24th, 2019, 200,000 were disbursed by the central bank to the Liberia National Police as the bank's contribution for July 26th celebration. On July 23rd, are you back?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, let me go over.
Yeah, no, I follow you. I'm following you. The 200,000 was disbursed for July 26th.
Yes, to the Liberia National Police.
Yeah.
On July 23rd, 300,000 was disbursed to the Ministry of State for the same purpose, July 26th celebration. Additionally, 80,000 were disbursed by the bank to the National Security Agency for special security operation. These disbursements took place in 2019 when the bank was in transition with the Deputy Governor Nimade Pearson in charge of the bank, Front Page Africa gathered. Do you see this as part of the reasons why George Weah was rejected? How do you feel about this report of massive sum of money leaving from the central bank to government institution, and the audit also discovered that there were no formal requests from these institutions to the central bank for contribution? That's my question.
Well, you know, I cannot respond to individual actions or institutional actions for reasons that are no, it's normal that these institutions make their own decisions. They have administration. They are mandated. They are sanctioned by the legislature. They are in the employment, and there are worse things than that happen. But I can tell you some other things that will make hair grow on your head, you know, in your hand. So I mean, for that, I don't see. I mean, it's not something that has not happened before. It's something that's been happening, and there's no excuse for it to continue to happen. And I hope we can nip it in the bud so it cannot happen again, because these are taxpayers' money. Some of this money should have been used to take care of our disadvantaged youth. Well, all call them Zogo and push them away from our vehicles and whatnot. We're all putting 1 cent in the budget for them. You know, they could have given that money to disadvantaged youth. If it is true, I'm not saying that what you're saying. You know, people got a lot of speculation. Sensational headline, and people want to say that newspaper and other things, they can say anything and speculate. But I think it's unwholesome for Liberians to perform in that manner. I always tell people I now work plenty places in Liberia, and nowhere I now work the same money laws. Because my parents did not teach me how to take other people's things without permission or without authority. People must learn to be that honesty is the best policy. You can survive and sustain. With any government job you put me in, everybody will want to be in that job in 6 months because you got to have the capacity to transform and utilize your function effectively for the betterment of yourself and for your institution. Instead of doing things that will be negative. Of course, people can build up any kind of stories and fabricate anything to try to, the LeBron book can tell a lie that can send you to your grave. So you got to watch that thing too and be careful with those kind of things when they come out. So I don't like to judge people on those bases unless I'm very certain that it is not speculative or it is not emotional or sensational. And that's how I look at life, and I'm a realist. I believe in things as they are, not as they could have or should have or would have been. I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist. Yeah.
Jackie, you can go ahead with your closing comments. I know everybody asked already, but just closing comments, and then the guests can leave. So we're not like asking questions now. We're just like closing up.
You talking to
Shooting
me?
the breeze.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Or Chief Cyril Allen will close up and leave, and then people can make their closing comment after he leaves.
Okay, can I ask him while he closing to just say yes or no to something? He can just do it during his closing. Some of the viewers are asking quickly, do you support war and economic crimes court? So you can just include that in your closing.
I've been a progenitor of that because Liberians have to come to a point where we close this chapter. It's been for so many years where people were hurt, some people lost their loved ones, and some people were executed in this country without any fair trial, and things like that, where people have been suspected. Some people were murdered in cold blood and all that. It is time that Liberia just close this chapter on this thing here. And I'm happy to inform you that the former president of Liberia, Charles Taylor, have said that he was the progenitor of the war, and that he's prepared to come back to Liberia to defend or to appear at the War Crimes Court to explain his role in the war. So I hope that will be put into consideration too when they are making that determination. But such is the condition and such is the time. I do support the War and Economic Crimes Court, but you see, Liberians full of lies and misinformation. You bring war crime code here now, when you know it will lead to controversy, it will lead to war, to fighting, tribal disputes and all that. Because people will lie on their friend and everybody will be trying to prove sensationally that something happened to them when nothing happened to them, especially if they're giving compensation for those people who were offended or who lost something. Then you will hear the real dimper inside because it won't be easy. So Liberians, let's learn to love one another and be truthful to each other. All this speculation here is wrong. People have acted wrongly, and I don't see any reason why. You see, the whole idea of this thing was propounded after the South African model. It was propounded by the same Charles Taylor that you're talking about to be enshrined in the Accra Accord. Even most of these commissions, the Law Reform Commission, the Good Governance Commission, were all part of the list that I took as head of the chief of negotiation to the Accra Accord when we started off in the beginning to put these things in line to try to heal the wounds, because a lot of things happen to people that you can't talk all, but. But
so, Mr. Allen,
yes, I'm a pro-Janet. I support that. I support it, but I do not support those people who brought other warring factions. Like I see Alan White sitting in our Senate hall, trying to sit down there and act like we are his plantation boys to make decisions that he going to use to raise money in America to establish war. When America, all of them say they're not part of it, they will not do this or do that to other people. They're not signatories to it. But you can have a man like that who form Lord and Model and carry a group to Guinea and Freetown to come and kill Liberian people during the Taylor, the Model and Lord war, to come here and be a judge in the war crime court. which one of the wars you coming to judge? You should go way back to the people who murder those 12 officers and shot them on the pool and found out that all of them together, they didn't even have $20,000 in the bank. And they say they were rampant corruption and high treason. So you got to look at some of those things too. Where do you start from and where do you end? You got people who've been looting a government from regime to regime, right in this government today. You got people, how do you deal with those kind of people who've been in government positions, abusing public office, misusing government funds, pillaging the economy, and still coming back to show their hand as though they are clean and other people are not? So these are some of the things that we have to look at. I support the idea. The concept is a good concept once it's done fairly and squarely, and it does not overlap with our legal institutions in our country. It does not interfere with our laws or our statutes, or it does not undermine our court or our court system or our Supreme Court. Must surgically deal with it in a way that it looks like a legal thing and not a witch hunt. Thank you.
Okay. Is that your total closing?
Oh yeah, no, but I wanted to touch on many things, but I just got 2 minutes. Just about 2 minutes. I want us to look at the existing concessions in our. I'm looking at the economy of our country. I'm very strong on these kind of things. These concessions must be reviewed. There's room for revision. And our central bank must play a major role in any loans that are that are solicited from foreign banks on behalf of the concession, which is the assets that they are mortgaging. Because anything will happen in the world today. You cannot go and take our concession, mortgage an oil well, get $700 million and go invest it in Nigeria or Ghana. And once you are paying the loan, our concession, you're suffering. You don't build the schools, you don't bring the hospital, you don't employ the librarians, and you don't build the roads and things leading through the concession. Another thing is that we must go back to the 70s, where I think the President Boga mentioned that today. For us to work in conformity with the challenges of changing time, we have to transform our raw material into finished and semi-finished products. We have to make sure that we bring in technology and machinery to process our raw material into finished products. We must have industries, factories. During the Taylor administration, we have plywood and veneer plants, exporting plywood and veneer to African countries under the ECOWAS arrangement. Liberia can still do that. We have 300 miles of coastal waters, the largest coast in Africa. The Monserrato group of companies had 32 fishing trawlers in this, producing more than 50 tons per hour, something like that, because we used to insure the vessels. There were Liberian crews on board of those vessels. Liberians were trained in Italy to man those vessels. Those are the things I want to say. We have fruit juice factory. We had a settling plant. We had a soap factory. We must go back to that. Any dynamic government who's interested in the development and the well-being of our people should insist that we use our raw material to spin our national economy to development and industrialization. It is important that our country is looked at like that. We want contemporary men and women. President Boka will call on you to bring in dynamic people, contemporary people who have ideas when it comes to manufacturing and processing. Liberians in the diaspora also to unite under one umbrella. And instead of bringing all these luxury cars that are spoiled after 3 months or 4 months and parking in the garage, let us get some industries and factories that are labor intensive. Industries that were built in the 90s and the late 80s and early 90s that are labor intensive, that can be used to help us transform our raw material into finished product. These factories are mothballing in warehouses in the United States. Mortgage companies have foreclosed on them because they've been displaced by technology. So now the labor is inexpensive in Liberia. Let's bring these machines and technology that are mothballing in these warehouses in the United States and Europe and bring them to Liberia. I'm a typical example of that. I went to Italy when my wife was ambassador in Italy, I went to Italy and saw a plastic processing plant. And I bought it, a used plant, and brought it here. I was able to employ 194 people and made plastic buckets, spoons, and cups during the Taylor administration. We did not import them. We made all the plastic cups and spoons and plates and whatnot right in Liberia here. Or before the war came and people were fighting with machines, so the modern people spoil it, the loyal people spoil it, but the true Liberians out of jobs and whatnot. We must get these used machines and start buying used cars. We must get these used technology and bring them to our country. We got free land and establish them. We must have matches factory. You take one tree and you cut it down for 5 years, you can make matches and make millions of dollars. You just got to buy the gunpowder and the machine will be picking those things up. We have to establish industries. We have to establish factories. And we have to use our raw. Somebody was arguing the other day about, this morning about bauxite. Yes, we got raw material here. Yes, we have a diamond regime here. But why haven't we mechanized gold and diamond? I was telling Gessler Murray during the Weir administration. Why don't you have diamond and gold drilling machine? During the war, when the MPF did not have money, we took the D9 and the D10 and we dredged the Lofa River on both sides of the river and scoop up the gravel from there. And we're able to get a diamond drilling machine and wash the gravel so that we can be able, instead of going to beg money or go and kill somebody to take their money or pillage the economy, we could take the gravel from the bottom of the ocean, the bottom of the river, and wash it through a diamond processing plant and get a scoop of some stones that could generate millions of dollars. Why are we not innovative like this? Why don't we develop the type of institution that will come in and transform our raw material? You got Guineans and Ghanaians all over Liberia building tents and Chinese people building tents and washing gold. Why don't we get international satellites to be able to mechanize gold with the gold industry? A country, a contemporary nation will take its gold mine and give it to a company, say, go and mine the gold, melt it, smelt it, and pay me money. When the value of a currency is gold, it's based on the gold value. How dare you give somebody your gold mine and tell them to pay you royalties in money? Does it make sense in contemporary times? These are the things that upset me, that Liberians are not thinking about. We must think about these kind of things. We must be innovative and creative. Why shouldn't we have a gold drilling machine or a diamond processing plant? We have mining engineers coming out of our nose. They're all there with a train when the government can push them out. All our LEC electrical engineers and people, all these charming boys and girls who went to school, younger generation of people went to the best schools. You come back, any government can throw them out of office. As a result, you go to the estates and then now you see electrical engineers and all, they're sitting down, they're not working, they're playing checker whole day, their family not going to school. We have broken down the family structure and the children are wayward and we begin to blame them. But the children power, well, is an engineer, but he's sitting down home because government had displaced him with some partisan or somebody somewhere and put it in job. Why will you take a partisan and put a job for an engineer when the man is trained by Liberian government? Security officers trained by Mossad and all that in every sector, trained to support regimes. When you come out, you sack the people because they say they're not partisan. But they were trained by Liberian government to mount president. And they are loyal to the institution. They are not loyal to the government that they were serving. We cannot disenfranchise our people simply because we want to be partisan. It's affecting our economy as a brain drain in our country to have technicians of all kinds around the world looking for jobs when they could be in Liberia here, helping us to propel our national economy to industrialization and development. I don't want to bore you any further with these things, but I have to say them because they are realistic things. These are real things that are happening to our country, and we are disenfranchising ourselves based on sentiments and sectionalism and tribalism. I'll leave you that with that. If you want more, I can keep talking about a little more to fix up our country. We must fix this country.
Let's leave it for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's fix our country. All together, fix our country. And you cannot say somebody was talking about winning the election and all that, the party You know, if you want to give percentages, you will give Spoon talk about 35% for winning the election for Unity Party. Because most of the people did not know plenty about Unity Party until Spoon and Network came out and virtually disqualified Cummings and disqualified some of those other people in favor of Joseph Yuma Boka. It was a matter
But
of choice.
Mr. Allen, you
It's
have
not
to
excuse me,
admit,
it's a matter, it's not a matter of superiority of right, but it's a matter of priority of interest. That's what happened during the electoral process. So you got to look at that and be realistic. You're not on the ground, so you got to be here to make this kind of determination. Because I'm on the ground, I was active in the campaign. I went to 63 constituencies during the democratic process, and I saw what I saw, so I can speak freely as an elderly statesman without fear or favor or any harm to anybody. I don't mean no harm. Thank you very much. Good night.
Mr. Allen, you have to admit
Yeah.
that despite the odds against Unity Party in 2017, the Unity Party still came in second, so it did very, very well.
Well, you're talking about CDC
yeah.
came in second too. Joe Howard Taylor came in second in the last election. So they were different. You lost election in one time, you come back,
Well, there's a
you
huge
regroup.
difference. There's a huge
What is
difference as
different?
to why
What
they
is the
lost,
difference?
though. There's
Please
a
tell me
huge
the
difference.
difference.
Guys, we gotta end the show, man. I beg you.
Yes,
Yeah, they
hopefully
lost.
we'll
They
close.
lost
but
because
it was good.
the Salib administration disappointed the people. You know that.
Thank you so
And we
much.
must start talking about the oil
Well,
company and all
Joseph
the
Boyka is
$30 billion
loved by the
from the oil
people. He was
company
loved in
and all the
2017
bogus
and is loved
contracts.
today.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about the bogus concessions, the $16 billion worth of bogus concessions that the Unity Party signed on early. You don't want to talk about $33 million that was squandered by our son, what I born in, what his name, man, the Salib board, Robert Salib.
But
They
you
broke
guys
down the
gave
people,
the
they broke
Ellen
down the
government a
institution.
B. You gave her
And
a
like
B.
Snow told you last night that
Snow was
Joseph
part of
Bogas,
Unity Party.
yeah, he was talking about Unity Party that they signed the agreement. That Bogas signed some kind of agreement about something last night. I don't know whether you pay attention to that. Edwin talked about something like that. He was the president of the Senate. As president of the Senate.
I'm one, and I mean,
How
opposition to the idea.
can the president of the Senate sign agreement?
Get a general chair. Get a general chair, my dear. Like General, I salute you. Go ahead.
No. I mean, you know, Chief, I'm one individual. I hate to see the lenses of Liberia through CDC and UP. I think we are more
Thank
than
you.
that as a
Thank
nation.
you.
So everything cannot
Thank
be
you.
either CDC or UP. I mean, I despise those kinds of conversation, and I don't want to be part of that. I
It's
think
terrible. I myself, thank you.
country, as a
Thank you very
champion
much.
of democracy in the region, supersede any of those in the you know, temporary institutions that exist right now. I think
The
like
only
broad
temporary,
democracy,
yes.
like broad
I agree
democracy.
with you, Remy. Thank you very much. I've spoken from that angle, but you know, what her name, Jackie, just trying to talk Unity Party, baby. Yeah. You want me and you go debate? You want to fix it one night? Come bring your whole team of people. You sit down, so we can debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Allen. It was a pleasure having you here on the show tonight.
Thank you.
We wish you were early. We could stay up a whole lot longer to have this conversation. This was very spirited and informative.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank
you have a wealth of information. So thank you for joining Spoon. And I know you come back all the time, so I'm not going to say come back
All the time,
again.
my second time. But I just want to give you one scenario so that we can open our eyes. So I beg you. It slipped my mind. Look, you know what's happening to our economy with the taxes thing? Look, you come from the border in the night.
Mm-hmm.
You buy a Mercedes Benz in Guinea and you drive it across the border. You deliberately arrive at the border at about 2 a.m. in the morning. When you get there, you see two late customs officers, one immigration man. They're already sleeping. The three of them salary even $1,000 a month.
True.
You bring a Mercedes BMW X5 and you bring it to the border.
Yes.
In the night. You finally then you cross the border. So you cross the border, you put doctors that you put your license plate on it.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you go, the police saluting you as you go along.
Yeah,
you get to Monrovia, you give somebody $100, they go and forge paper to finance, and you register the car. You have not paid any taxes on that vehicle. Plenty of cars like that in Liberia right now.
Wow.
Plenty. Government lose revenue. Government lose millions of dollars in revenue through the porous borders. We must checkmate it.
Yep.
The last Commissioner of Immigration was doing a lot of good job. Booty doing a lot of good job with the support of the international community to put a stop to these things, but you can't stop it because of the porousness of the border. These are some of the loopholes. These are some of the gaps. Liberian officials at the LRA should stop going to East Indian and Lebanese traders and undervaluing their goods in their stores. We should stop those kind of things. You can't go say somebody got $1 million Liberian dollars in a shop when he actually have 200,000 United States dollar worth of goods there. If Liberian government want to, I don't like to criticize. When I criticize, I like to give solution. If we want to solve it, we must let people insure their goods, compulsory burglary and fire insurance on the replacement value of the commodity in the shop. That way you will pay your taxes on the basis of the replacement value. Nobody will underinsure because if they get fired, they expect to get direct compensation from the international insurers or reinsurers. So you must value your goods and pay taxes on the basis of the replacement value under your insurance policy for burglary or fire or extended perils. It's very important that we consider these things too in our determination in making decisions in our country. We can generate and spin our economy and get more money from our people. Too many loopholes, and it's affecting us. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you for the addition, guys. I don't know if you have anything else to add, but it was a spirited, informative conversation. I'd like to hear more, but not tonight, how Mr. Allen feels about the new measures that the police put into place regarding reflective jacket, helmet, and all of that stuff. But not tonight, maybe another time, because time is far spent. Jackie, you wanted to say something? And then
Yeah, he mentioned something in passing which we discussed last night. You know anything about the bauxite in Liberia, Mr. Allen? Because you mentioned it
I didn't
just
hear you.
a few
Sorry.
minutes ago.
can you come back, Jackie?
No, just quickly, whether or not bauxite, just quickly in less than 1 minute.
What you want he said? Whether or not it exists in Liberia?
No, about
I'm sorry.
exportation of the bauxite. Just
Oh,
quickly,
export.
less than 1 minute.
Okay.
It doesn't need to
Exportation
expand
of
on
what?
the
Bauxite.
bauxite, because you just mentioned it in passing.
The mineral bauxite.
You mentioned
Yes,
it.
you know there was a during the Taylor administration. Let me just say that for $6.8 million, there was a 3-dimension done, the seismic aerial photographic determination of our natural resources. It was done. It was a joint venture done. It was commissioned by the National Investment Commission when I was chairman, and was financed by the South Africans and the British people jointly. And they did a study. That's when they cut out the 16 oil blocks, and that's when we established the National Oil Company. And then they had the aerial photographic determination of our natural resources. And in that report, it did mention that we have bauxite and other natural resources in our country. And the diamond regime is at the Ministry of Lands and Mines. A contemporary mining engineer who will sit in that office must open up the files and look at these things so that they can make some determination to mechanize the operation. You don't need a conventional bureaucrat in some of these jobs. You need to have professionals in that discipline so that they can be able to liaise with the international peers and partners in various countries and try to do better for our country. So it is.
Just yes or no, are you aware of bauxite being exported in Liberia at any point?
No. If it's not, if it's been exported, it's being exported undercover, like many other commodities in our country that's being siphoned out of our country by our top officials in government who are benefiting directly from these things here and causing economic pandemonium in our country as a consequence of their own greed. And they are not patriotic citizens at all to allow these kind of things to be going on undercover.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for coming, my brother.
God bless you, man.
There's never a dull moment whenever you are here. So
have a good night.
Yes. Never,
Have a
never.
good night.
What the guy said, there's
Okay,
never
thank you very much. I'm on.
there's never a dull moment whenever you are here.
Nelson, you want to come on?
So
Nelson has a show. I'm just impressed, of the electricity where you are.
But your farm here, oh, your better come to your farm and come fix it.
I know.
Let them show you the pictures of my farm. I just sent it to your page.
Okay, all right. I'd
I
like to
sent some
see.
pictures. We are doing the harvest right now. We are harvesting some red rice right now. 38 acres. Yeah, we are harvesting right
You
now.
need to share with us the UN project, the UN grant, so those of us who are in the diaspora can come and contribute as well.
Yeah, I'll give you the link because it's LACF. It's through the Ministry of Agriculture. They're doing very well for farmers. They
When they
did
come, they don't
dollars.
share it with us, so at least you
They
tell
did
us.
$8 million in Nimba, and they did $4 million in Magiri and $6 million in Lofa. That's
Look
under
at
the
that.
World Bank.
Yes, see.
LACF.
Yes,
They're
see.
sponsoring agricultural projects.
Okay.
A lot of
And you can
projects they are
apply,
sponsoring.
and you can
Yeah, you
apply.
apply for it, you qualify, they inspect, and they support you technically and by training. And also, they come and train. They were here today training my women in the field there on how to plant the rice, all that harvest.
Wow.
So
And how to
what are
use
the
the
requirements?
harvesters.
Oh, sorry,
Hello?
I got you. What are the requirements? Do you just need to have the land, or do
You
you have
need
like?
to have an ongoing farm. Something that's happening. You need to be. They can't give you money to start. They can't give you money to pay your workers. They can give you machines. They can give you technology to improve what you have already existing on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ongoing. LACF. I mean, they are there through the Ministry of Agriculture under the ReTrack program with the World Bank.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Good day. Good evening. Oh, good evening on our side. Good morning here.
Yeah, a little. And you still up. Fatty guy, anything you have to close? Remy, Gray, anything?
You
Jackie,
know, I
anything?
mean, it was just a good show. I didn't want to leave until the guests leave, but it was a great show. Doc, the thing is, look, it's great to be on the ground. I wish I had made this decision years ago. Honestly, there's so many things I'm learning. It's not easy. Honestly, you have to be reoriented to a lot of stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
it, it will be rewarding. You can see it that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
This country is brain drained. This country need out of us in different capacity, and there are just some common sense approach to things that people refuse to do things. Like people that like Chief Cyril Allen and people that have made it. I think it's about time now that they give back to this country. That just say, you know what, I'm tired of this thing. I'm going to expose the system. That ability to expose the system is something that Liberians have not cultivated yet. You will easily be ostracized. But for those that are very successful in looking for legacy, this is the time. That is why I believe in this president. I know his mindset. I just wish the people around him would give him the chance. I don't think this president is aware of some of the things that are going on around him. I love this government. We fought tooth and nail to bring this government to power. And we want to see that it succeed. That is why I'm here. That is the reason a lot of us came down. But at the same time, uh, the culture in Liberia will easily punish you for good behavior than punish you for bad behavior. You will get punished for easily and until the president can devise some mechanism to keep in touch with the people. I wish he would listen to Spoon every now and then. I wish he would have a social media as a younger person, a different channel. Even use his children, use multiple sources rather than sit there because let me say the last thing. The way things get done in this place when you're in leadership, people shield you. Everybody become territorial. People tell you what you want to hear. And if you're not a lazy leader, you can easily just get comfortable around those that you feel comfortable with. And by the time you realize everything around you have been destroyed, and then we saw that with George Weah when he realized that he was very popular or unpopular. And I pray that this doesn't happen to to President Porter, that he pays attention
Thank
to the
you.
issue around him in
Thank you, Father God. I want Nelson got a show coming up. So, and just briefly, my interest is psychology. I'd like for you to put a sample of you guys that are return home together for me, Father God, so I can understand your psychology of returning home to Liberia. I can do a little more research on you. So I hope you work on that for me. Kind of great. Please go ahead.
Well, Dak, I think Sierra Leone brings a trove of knowledge to the issue. The only thing I see is that we have more speakers, more talkers than doers. Because one would imagine where was Sierra Leone in the last 6 years, especially its proximity to the last regime. It means he was muted, and they shut him down, and I hate to see people sugarcoating those kinds of um, difficult relationship. One that I would consider abusive, because and for somebody to come in and be looking forward to another collaboration with a relationship with a partner that was abusive in the past. It begs the idea that coalition in Africa, just especially in Liberia and our democracy, it has not yielded the kind of dividend I will look forward to, and it's happening right now with Ambassador Boakai regime and Chief Shual, and threw light on that as well, where the winner always think that they are the one that made it happen, and it was not the coalition. That's why I don't cherish party politics per se. Other than that, they don't look at real professionals like you and myself who are standing, unless they consider it to be part of a political party, and that's the only downside of democracy that I don't like, because it labels you and they see you from that prism. They don't see you as a professional, regardless. They want more. I mean more attachment to the party than attachment to some tangible idea that will bring development to the next level. And I
Thank you.
wanted to also appeal to the Barker administration to start thinking about, just take care of our houses. When you go to Liberia, it look like an old village.
It
Um,
does.
During the President Doe time, I think it was every 26 or every Christmas, you must paint your house.
Whitewash it.
We've lost that idea completely. Now you go to Liberia, everything just look dull and old, because look, to enhance the life of our people, sometimes bright colors can help.
Yeah.
You as psychologists, you know that when everything look dull, that's how the mind thinks.
Yes.
So I hope
Please
they will
aware.
elevate those kinds of ideas back, where people will start painting their houses. I mean, every Christmas, you just light up people's life when
Yes.
when the building look, light up. I mean, it
Yes.
might not sound anything that, but most people will understand later when it start going on.
Absolutely.
But Olivia, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you again. I'll see you guys probably on Friday. Teaching classes this summer. So see you later. Nelson, I hope it didn't run into your time. I hope you got some rest. I'll see you Friday or Saturday, okay?
Okay.
Great show.
And yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And
Yes.
Nelson?
Yeah, can agree. Hello,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, my brother. Have a good night, man. Great show tonight, man. Hopefully,
Yeah.
I wish you the best.
Yeah.
Yes. See you
Yes, sir.
later. Bye bye.
Have a
Okay.
good night.
Okay. Okay. Well, folks, that's how we like to end up tonight. Of course, on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. We want to say thanks to all of you out there tonight for being here with us on the program on Spoon Talk. Many thanks to um, the folks across Liberia who have been following on the different uh, online platforms. We've been coming to you live across the internet on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is the YouTube handle. On Facebook, we are there on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Many thanks to the folks who have been following on radio as well. As you know, we are live across the country on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and Super FM 95.5. So till we come your way again, I want to say thanks to all of you for following Spoon Talk tonight. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow with lots of interesting conversation, a lot to talk about, bringing you all of the training issues right here again. So my name is Nelson Collier. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. But just before we go, let me say a special birthday greeting to Madam Marcia Snenning. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. And we wish you all the best as you celebrate your natal day today. You're one of the ardent followers of the Spoon Network, and of course, a top engager, even in the comment section. We say happy birthday to you on your special day, and we wish you all the best as you celebrate today. And again, to all of those celebrating birthdays today, we wish you all the best. Happy birthday to you. Till we come your way again, have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon.
If you